Yeah, colleagues, can we start with our public hearing? Thank you very much. The first item on opening and two welcome and chairperson's remarks will be done at the same time. We are officially opening this meeting, this public hearing, and we want to acknowledge and greet the MEC, Mayor Florence Razilani, the HOD and your entourage, the members of the committee, Scopa committee members, representative from AGSA, representative from Provincial Treasury, representative from Ephraim Morale Municipality, the MPEC chairperson is here, the legislature staff, and the staff from political parties. And we also want to acknowledge and greet the viewers who have connected from the different media platforms. We want to say good morning. And you are welcome to this very important session, a public hearing. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Social Development. They are going to present an account for the 2 financial years, 2023-2024, 2024-2025. The reason why there are 2 financial years is that last financial year, when other departments were appearing for those financial years, especially 2023-2024, the Department of Social Development was still having an issue that was in dispute with the with the AGSA, but it has since been resolved, and then that is why now they are coming to you an account for the financial year 2022, 2023, and 2024, and the recent one is the 2024-2025. We are saying so because we don't want to have questions as to why the 2 financial years. The House, the Limpopo legislature was able to get that information, and they approved, they noted, and even when it was resolved, it was presented in the House and was adopted as such. So without any waste of time, we just want to remind you that as Scopa, we are mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 114, 2A and B, which mandates the provincial legislature to come up with oversight mechanisms for all its departments and its entities. Our main focus is to do an oversight on all the departments and entities within the province, and make them to account for the use of the public funds that they were allocated during the budget processes. We need to know how they spend the money, and did the money work according to their APPs, where the services rendered to the public, and if not, they must account why. We must also check if they are able to use the money according to prescribed regulations. That is why the team is here. It's going to account to you, the people of Limpopo, as mandated by the relevant legislation. So, but another thing is that we are also mandated to support the department in terms of how to further obtaining better audit outcomes. Now, for 2023-2024, the department has obtained a qualified audit opinion in the main because of the dispute that I was talking about. but they ended up remaining on the unqualified. Last financial year, 2024-2025, they were able to improve from that qualified to unqualified. It's a progress. We applaud them, but we think that you can do better, because all what we want is the clean audit, whereby you account for each and every cent to the people of Limpopo. And we think that you have the capacity to do that. So without any waste of time, you are all welcome to this session. And maybe before I go any further, let me check with the MEC if he or if she has signed. Of course you have signed, but I just want to check if you are aware of the contents of the two files that were provided to us. Maybe as a confirmation, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me take as well this opportunity to greet honorable members of the Scopa and all the officials who are here. I can confirm, Honorable Chair, that I have appended my signature as a way of confirming that I do understand the information contained and also the content contained in the report. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. There is an item on number 3 for introductions. We are all going to introduce ourselves, but the request is that during the session, as and when you make an input, you ask a question or whatever that you want to raise, you are going to introduce yourself. Every time you speak, if you are going to speak 10 times, it means you will introduce yourself 10 times for the benefit of our viewers who are not in this house, so that they must not guess who is speaking. So it is very critical every time we introduce ourselves. What we are going to do, Honorable MEC, we are going to allow you to present on item number 4, even though that before the item number 3.6 and item number 4, there is an invisible item that I want to render. So after presenting, we'll allow members to ask questions on different, we'll deal with question by question for both financial years. If they are the same question, for example, question 1 is house resolution for both years, then we will deal with both years at the same time. But where the question 2 is not the same as that one, we will just deal with them just like that, because most of the issues are the same. We know that they are somewhere where they are different, but in most cases they are repeating, or they are just making progress achieved on the same issue. So we will also allow follow-ups by members until we are satisfied that the question or the resolution has been sufficiently dealt with. So those are the remarks. So let's move to item number 3, introductions. 3.1 will start with members of Scopa, starting with myself. I'm Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa, and I'll go to another member.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Faith Bopela, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Morning, Chair. Morning, MEC and your team. Morning, honorable members, staff, and viewers at home. My name is Thabo Mavoja, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable MEC and your team. And good morning to my colleagues, staff, and Honorable Councillors who are here with us today. My name is Makhodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I'm one of the members of this Scopa. Thank you.
Morning, all and sundry. My name is Machetu Percy, member of this committee.
Good morning, everyone here. I'm the member of Scopa, and I go by the name of Matsubani Jama Surutu.
And my apologies, honorable members and colleagues. I forgot to introduce or to acknowledge the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Social Development, Honorable Simon Mate is here with us, and I'm giving you opportunity to introduce yourself, Honorable, and my apologies.
I thought you have already done that part of introducing. Thank you very much. Morning to members, honorable members, members of MPEC, MEC, and the department staff, the staff of legislature, and everybody, AG, and everybody. My name is Simon Mate. I'm a member of Limpopo Provincial Legislature. So I can't say, I don't know who I am today, but what I know is that I'm a member of Provincial Legislature.
Yeah. And the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Thank you very much. Legislature staff.
I thank you very much. Good morning. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martin Churchill. I'm the researcher of Scopa.
Morning, Mujibar Nilo, IT support.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Mosotu, the researcher for Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Thank you.
Towela, my name is Justice Khwali, acting legal advisor for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Kathy Mamabulo, the committee legal advisor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samson Mamabulo. I'm the manager in the ANC Party Caucus. Thank you.
Morning, Mauranich Zebe Communication Services.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Mabada Tingasha, support staff, represent UAT.
Good morning, I'm Justine Moasha, the committee coordinator for the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Thanks.
Good morning, my name is Carol Silwana, Communication Services.
Okay, we're going to allow AG as a representative.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair and members of Scopa, MEC and MPEC and colleagues. I'm Latelo Marong. I'm the SM responsible for the audit of social development. Thank you.
You are the only one, eh? Okay, and then Provincial Treasurer.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, honorable members. Morning, MEC, HOD and colleagues, members of MPEC. Colleagues, good morning. I'm Dikeledi Tindesa, the acting PAG from Treasury.
Good morning. My name is Matavus Chocho, Provincial Treasury, Legislature Oversight Subunit.
Okay, can we get introductions from representative from Ephraim Al Municipality?
Morning, I am Mentor Lungilambonani, MPEC Research of Ephraim Moral.
Good morning, I'm Lena Masomboga, Chief Audit Executive, MPEC Support Staff, Ephraim Moral.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Tabiso Mabaso, the MPEC Chairperson, Ephraim Moral.
Thank you very much. MEC, can you introduce yourself and your team, or they introduce themselves?
Once more, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Let me also take this opportunity to greet once more Office of the AG, Provincial Treasury, the HOD and the team from DSD, the chairperson of MPEG, leading the team from Wuhan, legislature staff, researchers, those attached to political parties, the viewers who are connected on the platform. My name is Fulupero Florence Ratirani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. With your permission, Chair, I would request that you allow the team from DSD to introduce themselves individually. So over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, and colleagues from Treasury and AGSA, and also the support staff to the committee. I greet you all. My name is Tembeni Elfim Shomo. I am the head of Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Morning to honorable members, the chairperson, and colleagues from both the GSA, Treasury, and the legislature, and the CFO from the Department of Social Development.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the members of the committee, members of the legislature, and Sismila Delo from the AG's office, members from the provincial treasury, MEC and the HOD. My name is Dudus Tlachile. I am the Chief Director for Social Welfare Services programs within social development. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Chair and the members. My name is Newmani Minga. I'm a Chief Director responsible for corporate services, DSD. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members and colleagues from AG and also from Treasury, MSC, and also colleagues from DSD. My name is Nchabeni Marole. I'm a Chief Director Development and Research in the Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Morning, Honorable Chair and members of the legislature, members of the Scopa, MEC, HOD. My name is Rachidi Mwanto. I'm representing District Director for 5 districts. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC, AG, MPEC Chairperson, and our colleagues. My name is Petulura Malepe. I'm the CRO of the Department Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Patrick Tolojani, Internal Control of Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Mr. Chiskawe, HAM, Director, Financial Accounting, Social Development.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, MEC and honorable members. My name is Joshua Guapa. I am the Director responsible for Communication Services.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Mpoka Bai, responsible for legal services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Kiabitsu Mashita, attached to the Government IT Office on acting basis. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Lenda Mashiko, the Director, HRM. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC, HOD, colleagues. My name is Chifiwa Ugoda, Director responsible for Strategy, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, MEC colleagues. I am Shivani Francis, attached to MEC Support Services.
Afshen, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, MSC, Choti and the colleagues. Vitu Chauke Wongani, MSC support.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have introduced ourselves and we know each other. 3.6, are there apologies? MSC?
Good, one apology.
Eh?
One apology. Ms. Justina Mahasha was attached to the coordinator for the social development in the legislature. Will be leaving this meeting around 3 o'clock due to other commitments.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From our side, we do have 2 apologies. The apology of the Chief of Staff, Mr. Romeo Mokote, and also the Parliamentary Officer, Mr. Morumudi. They will not be able to join us due to other responsibilities assigned to them.
Thank you very much. From members of Scopa, we have apology of Honorable Small, apology of Honorable Mabolo, apology of Honorable Machomani, apology of Honorable Nampumbuluni, and Honorable Maringa was supposed to substitute him, but equally they also have a portfolio committee of education. They are receiving the DHET from National as the subcommittee. So these are the apologies that we have. Okay, and also one of the researchers, Mr. Shiringa, is not well. It's also not with us today, but I think other than those, we are all here. And thank you very much. Like I've indicated, MEC, before the presentation, just want to be assured, because of the concerns that I'm going to raise. And we also checked if you have gone through the file, if you are aware of the file, you said yes. But the reason why we want to be assured is that as and when we are going to interact, the main aim is for the department to improve the audit outcomes, because that is the basis of performance. If you can't get cents and rents correct, you may as well not be able to reach your targets and all other service delivery variables that need to be taken care of. Now, when I went through the files, I realized that you still have some challenges to deal with, so that you move to the achievement of the clean audit. But as I was thinking that these challenges can be dealt with, I was disturbed by some of the responses, and I felt that I can't wait to arrive to that question, because it's question number 3, where the responses, I'm really disturbed about those things. And I felt that if I can be clarified or be assured on these responses, I will also have confidence to the responses on other questions, in particular question 1 and question 2, before we can even come to question number 3 of the 2023-2024 on the expenditure, fruitless and fruitless expenditure. It's from page 26, page 26 and page 27 of that document. So So I just want you to just to look at that quickly. Especially from number G. That question is question number 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. From number G, which is saying, why did measures put in place fail to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And the answer is due to complex governance challenges. The second one is the department operated with deeply entrenched bureaucratic culture where accountability is diffused across multiple layers. The other one is saying consequence management system may exist on paper but lack teeth in practice. Officials who oversee wasteful spending often face minimal personal consequences. On capacity, the department frequently struggled with skill shortages. But today I think you are full house. I did not hear anybody who said is acting or so. So I think all that layer, remember they're saying the bureaucratic culture. So the first layer in that ladder is fully resourced. So the struggle with skill shortages, particularly in the financial management, procurement, and internal control functions. The other thing is the accounting officer may have genuinely wanted to implement robust system, but lack the qualified personnel to design, monitor, and maintain them. High staff turnover and vacancies is critical in critical position created. Administrative. As I went by on this, so I was becoming more concerned. Accounting officer may have been faced with competing pressures that undermine good financial management. There may have been pressures to spend budgets quickly, particularly near financial year end to avoid surrendering funds. And the other one, but sometimes on complexity of procurement and compliance. Sometimes it becomes so cumbersome that it encourages cutting corners. And on the next page, which is Annexure B, Annexure A, a summary of the resolutions under stagnant in the audit outcome. Page 15 of 17. Stagnant in the audit outcomes and in the financial statements receiving unqualified opinion. Whilst the department has taken specific action to develop an audit action plan to ensure that the material misstatement in the annual financial statement do not recur and achieve a clean audit. These actions are not likely to achieve the desired results due to the current level of capacity. Therefore, the achievement of a clean audit as required in terms of Resolution 1 of 2018-19 Resolution 1 of 2021, Resolution 4 of 2019-2020 take a few years to achieve. That is why MEC is based on the basis of those responses that I said. We need to be assured. You may find that we are sitting here trying to push for clean audit, and one official is saying, you are just wasting your time. We are going to take some years to go there, and I don't know how many years. So it disturbed me, to be honest, to say, while we are trying so hard, all what we can to say, all the departments, and I think a social development, provincial treasury is one of the potential in terms of your targets to get clean audit if my memory serves me well. So if that is the case, then it is a challenge. But those actions that we have included here, they are likely not to give us the required. It's about and you know them that we are not going to go there very time soon. The action plans that you are going to present will not give us the required results, but you don't tell us what is it that you are going to do if this is not the same. And the issue of cutting corners, you are so pressurized that you cut. I'm not sure in this file how many corners did you cut. So you may find that we're sitting here the whole day. We think we have got information, and the information was just by some of the information bypassed. So this raised a very serious concern, MEC. And I think if you are not aware of these things, if you are not properly briefed, I think you could have asked the same questions. That when you say you are going to take few years, how many years are you talking about? And what is the plan to those few years? Because these are some very critical questions that should be. And I'm happy that you are honest, that you are cutting corners. I'm happy that you are honest that according to the assessment of the department, it's still going to take some time. And I'm happy that you are honest that the action plan that you have developed will not necessarily address the challenges that we have now. But the question is that if you have diagnosed that, then what? We don't hear anything in the file talking to these challenges, that very serious challenges. And some of them are even, I think if you're cutting corners due to pressure, is very serious, and I think it can even constitute a misconduct, because in terms of legislation and regulations, you can't cut corners, and that is why maybe we are acquiring these irregular expenditures and what. But I'm saying, being honest as you are, maybe you should have said, here is the reality. Then what must happen? And we don't hear you talking to these very serious issues that. So now we just want to be assured that we are not going to sit here the whole day debating some corner cuttings, debating some unachievable action plans that you know that they are not going to assist us. So I just generally just assure us, please. I became very discouraged, but I went through the file. But when I was going through the file, I was saying, but what if this, what I'm reading is something else?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Furupero Florence Rajelani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I acknowledge and also respect the concerns that you have just highlighted. But seated here, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we want to assure you that in terms of responding or to the questions. We were more on the assessment that we have done in terms of the previous financial years, that the situation was like this. But I also get your point that so much as we have detected that these are challenges, we should have, in terms of our response, indicated that this is how we are addressing all the challenges. You will remember when we appear in the previous financial year before yourselves, Honorable Chair, like you are correctly putting it, that we no longer have officials who are active. We have swiftly moved with speed to ensure that all vacant senior positions are occupied, so that as the department, we become alive to implement the guidance and the recommendations that you gave us previously. So I can assure you, Honorable Chair, hence you can see that we have moved from qualified to unqualified audit opinion. So we have put systems in place, and we are doing our best, of course with the assistance of Provincial Treasury, that we need to make sure that as the department, we improve from time to time. So I can assure you, Chair, that it might be how the responses are structured, but that does not mean that really we are cutting corners. We are guided by the legislations that are there, but it was looking on the how things were done previously. Hence, even if you can check with Treasury, we are regarded as a small department, but there are many investigations that were going on, which some of them we are going to account here before the committee. But without even wasting your time, Honorable Chair, I can assure you that we are not cutting corners in the department. We respect that whatever program that we are implementing, the budget allocated to us by the legislature through Provincial Treasury, we are implementing, we are executing the budget on behalf of the people of Limpopo. There's no way that we can really cut corners. That one, it can't happen in the department. We are making sure that we comply. Now there will be no excuses. The accounting officer is here together with the collective in terms of the administration component. So I can assure you, Honorable Chair, but we equally respect, Chair, that we learn from time to time. Sometimes you can take it that here I'm going to really obtain, to achieve 100%, only to find that those who are assessing you, they detect some of the gaps. So it will be up to us as the department to make sure that from time to time we improve on our reports, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I think you need to strengthen your internal controls. And for the fact that these issues are mentioned, even though they happened some years back, but I believe that they might still have some remnants of these issues. So it's critical that you take these pages and look at these issues as raised one by one and come up with a very robust strategy to deal or to monitor these challenges. Because once they are mentioned, to say, hey, we are deeply entrenched in the bureaucratic culture where the dissemination and information, so it means your structures sometimes they don't even interact, they don't consolidate. Everybody is doing, according to my understanding, how it is raised here. As if it is a challenge to have that bureaucratic culture. So it means accountability becomes very difficult. We are unable to say, this on this issue, the person relevant to account is this one. That's my understanding. So it's a very valid case that you must look within your structure so that the lines of responsibility and accountabilities are very clear. And other issues that are and I would recommend MEC that please deal with these things. Send us a report, especially on these issues. Especially on these issues. And we must send them to Mr. Mkari. Even before, we must not wait for the next hearing or the next issue. Once you have dealt with it, just send it to us, so that when we call you for the next session, the resolutions, at least we talk to these things. And I think if you can resolve these things, we are halfway towards the audit. And thank you very much. Unless if members want to say something. So we will go straight to question 1. So what we are going to do is, we have, like I've indicated, that we have got questions that are similar House Resolutions question 1 for 2023-2024, and then 2023-2024-2025. We are going to deal with them at the same time. The member will read both questions, and then when you respond, you respond for all the questions. Yeah, Honorable Mahasana.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, the Honorable, the MEC and the team, and everyone who is here. I'm going to start with a 10-year audit outcomes from 2014 to 2015, let's say 2014-2015 to 2023-2024 financial year. So the first question is about house resolutions and regression in the audit outcomes. Question 1, executing authority. The committee noted that the department has not yet implemented all the house resolutions from 2014 and 2015 to 2021-2022 financial years. Executing authority department has regressed from unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis from 2022-2023 to qualified audit opinion in 2023-2024. So my question is, provide the committee with the status on the implementation of the House resolutions. That's question A. Question B, why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? Question C, why did the department audit outcomes regress? I think that is very, very important. Question 4, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the regression in the audit outcomes? So that is question 1 based on 2014-2015 to 2023-2024. Now I'm coming to other question, which is from 2015-16 to 2024-2025 financial year. Question 1, it's about House resolutions again. House resolution status. Executive authority, the committee has noted that the Department of Social Development has not yet implemented some of the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2023-2024 financial years. So question A is, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolution. Number B, is, why did the executive authority fail to implement some of the House resolutions for all these years? So these are my questions. Chair.
Thank you very much for the questions, Honorable Mantaka Mahasela. MEC. Can you respond to the question 1 for both financial years, 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by appreciating all the questions raised. With your permission, Honorable Chair, allow me to request the accounting officer of the department, Ms. Tembeni Mtombo, to respond on the questions on behalf of the department. Over to you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. The 2 years, the question 1 is the same in the sense that it's talking to the non-implementation of the House resolution, and we have indicated in a table for 2014-15 financial year, that's page 1 of the 2023-24 responses. We are indicating that there were 11 resolutions. We resolved 10, we are left with 1, and that one is related to the tender for feeding scheme at place of safety. And we are indicating that the MEC has since presented the detailed report to the House. However, the committee further recommended that the department should recover the money or blacklist the directors if failing to recover the money. The department has since served the directors of the Tirisano Business Enterprise with letters of intention to blacklist and given 14 days to respond. I must highlight, Chair, that we do have the letters, I think at the time when we were compiling, because some of our officials were not yet back, we did not attach, but we do have proof of that, including the response from Ditirisano through their lawyers. We have it here with us, where they were indicating that they've received the notification of debt from the department. However, they are unable to fulfill that. So I won't go through that, but we will be in a position to share with the committee, and we profusely apologize that we did not attach it. We have it here. On 2015-16 financial year, we had...
Yeah, MSC. I think on my notes here, I indicated that as I was going through the omission of the online land, no evidence in terms of those documents. So, but I think it's very critical that we know the copies of this, especially the response from the lawyers.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Like the HOD is indicating, the lawyers representing the Tirisano Business Enterprise, in fact, they are disputing what the department is saying they owe us as the department. Hence, we felt as the department now, because they've responded, there will be a need for us to now engage state attorneys. It has been a long battle, if I may indicate, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, to get hold of these directors of the Tirisano, because just to get the address where they reside, it took us time as the department. But we are happy that now we managed to get hold of them. We served them, and now they've responded. Unfortunately, like the HOD is indicating, we have just received the response through their lawyers, which they are not in agreement with what we are saying as the department. Hence, there will be a need for us to engage state attorneys to assist the department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I insist that we get that letter was already MEC and the HOD. In your response, you spoke about 2 different things about the same letter. The HOD said no, they can't pay, and then the MEC said they dispute. To me, it's not the same. It's not the same issue. If I had the HOD correctly, he did not talk about the disputes. The MEC spoke about this dispute. This is a very serious matter which has been there for a very long time. So I think we just need to get the facts straight so that we further move on the same information to the department. That's why I was saying, at least let's have this data.
Thank you, Chairman.
There is a
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, and I'm a member of this committee. Chair, it's a serious disservice to us, for the department to have information, and for us not to have this information, because this information, we need it to prepare ourselves. But if we are just going to be ambushed in the last minutes like this, it's a serious miscarriage of our functions. Therefore, Chair, I'm going to request that the copy of the letter should not only be furnished to you, all members should get a copy of that letter, because our files are not complete without that letter. And whichever letter that is outstanding, please give us all those letters so that we can also amend our questions, because we have prepared questions. Now, when you start dishing out some of the documents now, we are now starting to disorganize us. So please give us whatever document that is due, that is in your possession, so that we now start preparing ourselves accordingly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I hope that is reasonable. And I think that we just received these letters, the dates. November. That was when Bosman stamped the letter. But indeed, we want the copy, because in our briefing, this letter came up with to say this must be dealt with when it comes to our parliament, so that you are also able to remove even from your register. So then the AG should no longer raise the issue, because if it is always in the AG's outcomes, then the chances of us moving forward are very limited. So if you can just make copies. And we also notice that in most cases, there are no items for the main of the things that there's no evidence.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I want to bring to your attention, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, that we don't have any reason to undermine or to mislead this committee. The information that we are providing to yourself, it's a true reflection of what was given to me as the MEC, that we have just received a letter. The official who received the letter was not in the department, he was on leave. That's the information that was provided to me. But I've already requested Mrs. Francis to ensure that copies of the letter are provided to assist the honorable members to execute their constitutional mandate without any hindrance. And we are more than ready. I'm just surprised, Honorable Chair, when you say there are a number of areas where attachments in terms of evidence are not provided. As in when we be proceeding, the accounting officer and the team will be able to account to that, because the file that I'm having, the file that I've signed, the file that I've gone through with the management, I made the emphasis that we must make sure that all the attachments are provided for the honorable members to can be able to execute their responsibilities without any difficulties. But we will try our best, Honorable Chair, and we, like the HOD has said, that we profusely apologize for this mishap. It was not really deliberate. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll be waiting for those copies. You know why MSC we want this? They are disputing, and it means that you are going to take another step. So we don't want to be left out, because if we don't have this document, we may not know of the next step. So we'll be left behind. So if we have got all what is written here, we know that as we say, we're going to take the next step. So the next time we'll be saying, how far are you with that step to defend this thing and all those issues? So, yeah. Okay.
Maybe, Chair, for our benefit, if maybe the MEC can just give us a high-level brief of what are the issues in dispute and what is their approach in that regard, so that when the letter comes, we're...
Right, the requested information in terms of the briefing, honorable members. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Martina Matala, the CFO in the department. Honorable Chair, with this matter, I think previously we reported where we were supposed to get a refund from this company. But unfortunately, the company was liquidated, so we were unable to get any money from them through the state application. So what we did, the recommendation was that because the company liquidated, then let's blacklist the directors. So when we were trying to get directors, we could not find them because on the CSD they were deregistered because of the liquidation issue. So we took time to get the directors. And this matter is an old matter. So we were not privileged with the old documentation. We eventually got the directors honorable check and they signed the acknowledgement letters. But one of the things that they've indicated, because we've met with them, myself and the contract manager, they've indicated that they have never received any letter of demand from the department. That's what they said when we met with them. But we requested them to sign the letter and responded in writing. So there's one who responded, one director who responded in writing, the other one, she did not respond yet. We're still following up with her, but we have lost contact with her. The numbers that she gave us is no longer working, but we are working to get hold of her to the other director. So the other one then responded through the lawyers to say, number one, they are disputing the fact that we are saying they are owing the department. They don't have knowledge of that. They have never received any notification that they owe the department. The second thing, on the letter, they raised the issue of this matter being long, because I think it happened around 2023. So they are saying they don't even still remember, or they don't even have documentation on that effect. So that's what they've written in the letter. They also provided us, but it was not, we did not include it on the copies. It was just a letter from Department of Justice. It was concerning them and Department of Health, where Department of Justice has requested Department of Health to reinstate them. They had a tender with Department of Health. I think they had issues. So the Department of Justice or the state admin, they instructed the Department of Health to reinstate them. They also attached it, but we thought because it does not concern us as a department, we did not remove it. So basically, they are saying they don't know that they have ever owed the department anything. What they know is that they have provided the service and they provided the service in good faith and fairly so.
Yeah, you see, it was very important that we get those questions because it means we are still going very far with this issue. And this issue is in all the question period of the next 2024, 2024. And honorable members, I had to interrupt this because this is very critical for us to understand what was this feeding scheme all about and where is it. So, and we hope that based on the brief, the department is going to act on this one. It will also weigh options to say the 500 and yeah, those figures. And when we have to take the legal route, what are the balances? You may find that you are going to be charged 1 million for recovering 500,000, and especially with the history of our state attorney. We are aware that our the state attorney in this province does not have capacity. They said so themselves. It's not us. So whatever service that you source from them, you may not get what you are expecting. So I think going forward, just make sure that you get a proper legal advice on the issue. I think it's sufficiently dealt with. I didn't get this statement, or we will ask this because it is still there. Yeah, one of some.
Yeah, no. Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mavocha, a member of this Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, unless if we decide to put this matter in abeyance until we get the letter, because now there are certain aspects that I don't think that have been covered in the high-level brief. Yeah, we'll come back. Yeah.
We'll still deal with it after receiving the letters. Thank you very much. You will continue on the MEC, and please don't forget to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Forubero Florence Ratilani. I'm the MEC for the Department of Social Development. I will request the accounting officer, Tembeni and Phil to continue and respond to the questions raised by honorable members. Over to you, Echu.
Thank you. MEC Chair, my name is Tembeni Mshongo, the head of department. When we come to the year 2015-16, the number of resolutions were 4, we resolved 3, we left with 1, and we are indicating that the committee recommended that department must speedily conclude investigations relating to misappropriation of funds by non-profit organizations. And we are highlighting that our response was that with regard to the status, the department has completed investigation in all 14 cases related to misappropriation of funds by non-profit organizations. However, the department is awaiting provincial treasury to verify if all recommendations for 14 cases are implemented. And I must indicate, Honorable Chair and members, that we have been working with provincial treasury, the CS unit on this matter with regards to the investigations, so that we are able to implement the recommendations accordingly. On 2016-17 financial year, we had 8 and resolved 7. one outstanding. It was on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The committee recommended that the executing authority must take action against the accounting officer and the chief financial officer for failing to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. Furthermore, the committee recommended that the department must carry out all investigations into allegations of financial misconduct committed by officials as required by Treasury Regulation 4.1.1 and take appropriate action. And the status, we are saying the resolution was implemented and progress reported to the committee except for the partial Silatule matter. With fruitless and wasteful expenditure related to partial Silatule, the Department of Social Development requested the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure to investigate the matter, and the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure committed to investigate. The department has since written to the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure for follow-up, and there is no progress on the finalization of the investigation in this matter. On the 2017-18, there were 5 resolutions, 4 were resolved, 1 outstanding, and it was also on fruitless and wasteful. The committee recommends that the executing authority must take action against the accounting officer for failing to take effective steps to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by section 38(1)(c)(2) of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.1.1. Furthermore, the committee recommends the accounting officer must carry out all investigations into allegations of financial misconduct committed by officials as requested by the Treasury Regulation 4.1.1 and take appropriate action to recover any loss against responsible officials. We are saying in terms of status, the executing authority could not act against accounting officer since she left the department. The investigations into allegations of financial misconduct on fruitless and wasteful expenditure was completed, and all responsible officials acknowledged that the department is in process of recovering the money. On 2018-19 financial year, we are indicating that there were 5 were resolved, 1 outstanding, which was also on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I won't read what the committee said there because it's really the same as the above. However, on the status, we are indicating that consequence management has been implemented to all affected officials, and acknowledgement of debt to recover all the lost money has been signed by the responsible officials. And then we are also highlighting that the investigation into alleged allegations of financial misconduct on fruitless and wasteful expenditure was completed, and all responsible officials acknowledged the debt. The department is in the process of recovering the money. 2019-20, there were 7, 5 were resolved, 2 outstanding, also on fruitless and wasteful, amounting to 6,153,000. And we are then indicating also that the executive authority could not act against the accounting officers, which left the employer of government. The investigations on the financial misconduct were completed, and all responsible officials acknowledged the debt. In terms of the annual financial statement, performance and annual report, the committee recommended that the executing authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officers and the chief financial officer for submitting financial statements for auditing which were not prepared in accordance with prescribed financial reporting framework. And I won't read all, however, on the status we are indicating that the executing authority could not act against the accounting officer since he left the department, while the former CFO left the department to Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury, and the department has since referred the matter for further implementation. The department will continue to follow up with Mpumalanga Provincial Treasury. The executing authority issued a warning letter. However, due to procedural challenges, the process did not proceed. Currently, the executing authority is not in the position to proceed as the accounting officer has left the employ of government. And we are also indicating that the action plan has been developed that ensure that material misstatements related to transfers and receivables did not recur as per subsequent AGSA audit reports. On 2020-21 financial year, there were 7 resolutions. 5 were resolved, 2 were not, and we are indicating that that related to stagnant audit outcome. And we are highlighting with regard to the status that an audit action plan is developed on an annual basis. However, the department is still having a challenge in addressing all the findings raised by AGSA. The financial management capacity of the department at that time had deteriorated. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the committee recommends that the accounting officer must investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure and take appropriate action to recover. We are also indicating what we did with regard to the Pasha Silatule. I think it's still focusing on Pasha Silatule. And perhaps, Chair, I must hasten to indicate that this matter it is receiving attention, whereby also our MEC engaged the MEC Public Works. We did not write it here. However, in our quest to deal with this matter of Pasha Silatule, it has reached a level whereby this matter is getting the attention that it deserves. On the 2021-22 financial year, there were 6 resolutions, 5 were resolved, 1 not resolved, and this was with regard to the resolution on lifestyle audit that the committee recommended that the accounting officer must appoint an independent firm to conduct a lifestyle audit on both management and officials within supply chain management. We are indicating that the department could not appoint an independent firm to conduct lifestyle audit during 21-22 financial year due to financial constraints. However, the department has still done lifestyle audit through the PSA lifestyle audit guideline during the 23-24 financial year. On the 2022-23 financial year, we had 6 resolutions. We are indicating that none were resolved. We still have 6, and we are indicating that the one was on the stagnant audit outcome, and then also indicating that this is then tabled as we are showing in this table, that the department, on the status, the department has been working on the progress report on the implementation of our resolution from 2014 to 2021 financial years. This report is in the final draft and will be tabled within the next month after engaging the programming committee through the leader of government. And I must highlight that that was done. However, on the day in question, it could not happen. I want to believe it was due to other issues that were happening on the day in question. And the department has already developed a plan to address all the issues which caused the department to be stagnant. It is this plan that forms the basis of the progress that is due to be presented as stated above. On resolution 2, it was on the issue of taking appropriate steps against the accounting officer for failing to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 4.6 million and a cumulative irregular of 36.3 million. and we are saying the specific accounting officer left the employee of government during February 2024. We are further saying that the application for condonation has been submitted to Provincial Treasury Condonation Committee, and the transaction has since been condoned. The executing authority has instructed the accounting officer to develop controls to ensure that irregular expenditure is prevented. These controls include clear policies and procedures, as well as instituting assessments for all of senior management, supply chain management officials, and finance officials to ensure that they are aware of the prescripts and delegations and are unlikely to violate them. Resolution 3, still on fruitless and wasteful, we are also highlighting that the specific accounting officer left the employee of government in February 2024, and then indicating that because the amount was also highlighted that there was an amount of 180,000 for fruitless and wasteful. We are indicating that, and this has been investigated, and it relates to interest charged by Pulukwane municipality for Scopa treatment center, and we are saying that the department is currently recovering the remaining balance of 6 million after taking into account the total amount for Kashasila 2. On material impairment of receivables, we are also indicating that the executing authority could not do much because the specific accounting officer left the employee of government during February 2024. The department has put in place a debt collection system and is currently engaged in National Treasury to participate in the transversal debt collection tender. Resolution 5, still on annual financial statements and performance and annual report. We are highlighting on the status that the specific accounting officer left the employee of government. The department has developed an action plan that ensured that material misstatement related to transfers and receivables did not recur as per the subsequent Auditor General's audit report. And then on tabling of progress report on House resolution, which was resolution number 6, we are indicating that the executing authority will on quarterly basis table progress report to the House in the implementation of all the House resolutions with effect from the 31st August 2025 as recommended by the House. The executing authority will brief both Scopa and Portfolio Committee on quarterly basis until all resolutions are fully implemented. Question B. Why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all these years? We are indicating that the department could not implement all House resolutions based on the following reasons. We are highlighting the capacity challenges as earlier on the MEC indicated that in the department there were long-standing vacant policies and also leadership changes, and also there were unavailability of documents to finalize investigation. Also the dependency on other departments to provide the documents on some of these matters. Furthermore, the MEC requested to be scheduled to present the report to the House on the reasons for not implementing all the House resolutions through the leader of business. However, on the day when the report was supposed to be presented, the matter was postponed, and we have subsequently attached this report as Annexure A1. Why did the department audit outcomes regress? We are indicating that the department regressed from unqualified to qualified audit outcome due to transfer of immovable assets, which were transferred to the Limpopo Department of Social Development by the National Department of Social Development without the supporting documents. And I must indicate, honorable members, that the officials in the department only became aware about this transfer when the matter was raised by Auditor General. This matter was only known by the accounting officer who was there at that particular, in that particular year. D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the regression in the audit outcomes? The department has developed the clean audit strategy, which will be implemented to assist in achieving the clean audit opinion. And we have attached this as a strategy as Annexure A2. On question 2, on the irregular expenditure.
No, Chair.
Chair.
You're still in question 1.
Oh, question 1 of the, sorry.
It must go to the next day, financial year.
We deal with question 1 for both financial years. Because in some cases, the issues are the same.
Must pardon me.
And if maybe you think, when you go to 2024, 2025, you sufficiently covered a particular issue, you can just indicate so that this is what I think is covered by the resolutions in 2022, 2024.
Thank you, Chair. Let me indicate that, sorry, my name is Tembeni Shongo. I am the head of department. And thank you, Chair. I want to highlight that the matters as presented on the non-implementation of the House resolutions, our responses are similar to how we responded on the 2023-24 financial year as indicated on the table. So I wouldn't want to really repeat, but perhaps I would request our, if at all I would have missed any area where we indicated a further improvement. The team will assist me in that regard. Okay, on page 9, with regard to the stagnation of the audit outcome, I think we have improved in the subsequent year, 2024-25. We got an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. So we want to highlight the fact that for the matters of emphasis, we subsequently developed an audit action plan so that we can be able to address those areas of concern as raised by Auditor General. I think I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Furupero Florence Ratzirani, the MEC for the Department of Social Development. In terms of question 1, Honorable Chair, through the accounting officer, we managed to respond to the question. We will await your guidance, Honorable Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to allow honorable members of the committee to raise issues, comments, and questions where they have on the presentation of question 1 and the resolutions. And the resolution 1. And I'm noting hence Honorable Machete, Honorable Caroline Matata Mahasela, and Honorable Faith Sebopeng. Honorable Mamuch, in that order.
Thanks very much. My name is Machete Pesi, member of this committee. Let me just comment the manner in which the report and the responses on question 1 has been presented. Honestly, at its ease, because there are stages in which you are also making reference to the deterioration that could have led to the challenges with regard to financial management, the deterioration thereof. That is very honest, that which we should be able to appreciate. But you did not relate to what could have led to that deterioration, because we should be worried that there's deterioration in that department. But like I've said, I appreciate the honesty that goes with that. But just to brief us in relation to what could have led to that and what is it that we are doing to remedy the situation. On page 15, I think it's with regard to the challenges that you would have faced with regard to capacity challenges and availability of documents, to some extent to investigations where you were depending on other departments, just to get a sense as to what is it that we have put in place to ensure that we are able to respond to the identified challenges, as you said. Thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable Mantutama Hassan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me also greet the Honorable MEC and the team. We heard about their responses, though some of the responses we are not satisfied about them. This one of unqualified audit opinion, we applaud the department, but we can't just say you have done good because you deteriorate and then you pick up. You are at the same level. There's nothing that we see that is taking you up. Why? Because of this unresolved resolution that you are not doing. That is why you are always there. You pick up a little bit nyana, and then you go down, you regress, and then you come down, you come up. Instead of going to what we want, the clean audit opinion. So I think the department must do something about that so that you may improve in order to get the clean audit opinion. Another thing is this, that there is irregular expenditure, wasteful expenditure that is going on in the department, and the irregularity is going up every year. From 2023-2024, there is a security award which you awarded, let's say, certain security, and then you said the OTP is taking care of that. This contract is expiring in March, and when it is expiring in March, we want to know what we are doing about that, because if you take it or to court or the like, you'll be wasting, the finances of the department. So have you appointed, or are you in the process of appointing the other service, the other services, or what are you doing about that? This thing of finding an accounting officer supposed to do a certain job, or maybe the committee has recommended that the accounting officer must do 1, 2, 3. And you find that the accounting officer is still in the office. But 1, 2, 3, the accounting officer has resigned. What are you doing? Because it happens when you appear in front of the Scopa, and then when you go there, the accounting officer will be knowing that she is innocent. I mean, she's not innocent. And then, so, and there is a contradiction here about that. At page number 15, concerning unresolved matters and the status. The committee recommends that the executive, number 4, the committee recommends that the executing authority must put in place an effective debt collection system and a plan to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly. And then when it comes to status, the specific accounting officer left the employ of government during February 2024. The department has put in place a debt collection system and is currently engaging National Treasury to participate in the transversal debt collection tender. The specific accounting officer left the employ of government during February 2024. So that's where I get a contradiction, and it's like our department is a playing ground. Anyone who wants to get to work in the department, and then that particular person runs away. And this one of an accounting officer who has run away from the department and then get a job at Mpumalanga, I think that one must be dealt with it as soon as possible. It mustn't be left like that. It must be dealt with, because if you leave things like that, everyone in the department is going to act like that. We just do whatever we want. If we miss up, there's no problem, we run away. So I think the department must take note to that, and then by level la serious, or if an accounting officer or any officer before that person can resign, we must check, or is his books or her books clean now? If the books are not clean, do something about it. You mustn't allow or grant that particular person a letter to leave the department without, being taken care of what is happening against that particular person. The last one that I want to ask about is this one here, Pasha Silatoli. This thing has dragged along. It has been dragging, because when I come here in 2019, we did talk about it. I give a kid department here, social development, and then we raised this issue of Pasha Silatoli, because we know that the building has been built in a place where it was not supposed to be built. Now, last time we asked the department what really happened, or what is it that is happening, or the progress that is taking place in the department. The department has engaged the Fitahomu municipality to consider the application. That's the answer from you, of rezoning of the property. So can the department attach proof that indeed the department has taken the case to the municipality, and the municipality taken this thing of Pasha's Little, or this case of Pasha's Little, seriously. Did the land being expropriated to the government? So we want to know that, and we must have the proof concerning that. I think I'll pause there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Scopa, a member of this committee. Chair, I've been partially covered, more especially on the officials that would leave the department before they can take accountability on their mischievous deeds in the department. On the issue of the CFO who left to MP Treasury, just to add on the questions that have been covered by the latter speakers, that perhaps when last was the follow-up on that matter? When did they follow up on that issue? And also, when the department incurred a regular expenditure of 12 million after themselves and the Department of Health requested that the Department of Public Works build them offices, and then they were later on chased out. The HOD that time was Ms. Mafubel. Want to check what lessons has the department learned from that, and how long or how will similar cases be prevented from reoccurring again. Shall we take note of the clean audit strategy that they've attached on Annex B? And just want to also ask because we realize that the clean audit strategy has taken the department to the current unqualified audit opinion that they are currently having. Which elements of this audit strategy have not been implemented for them to attain a clean audit strategy? And which parts of it do they think it will need to be amended so that we can finally realize a clean audit opinion being realized in the department? And also want to check the last follow-ups they did on the investigations that they said have not been finalized, and request that all the completed investigations will be privileged with the attached copies to those investigations that were fully completed on the year 2017-2018. Chair, lastly, the action plan that is attached is also reassuring us that they are going to cap the recurrence of misstatements, and want to ask the department to bring us into confidence, because part of the things that the AG is raising is that the department cannot fully account for their annual financial statements. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Scopa, and I'm a member of this committee. Chair, at least I got an opportunity to to browse through the letters that were provided to us. Chair, I would just like to check with you that in front of me I've got 3 copies of letters. One was received on the 1st of September, but dated 30 July.
Maybe, Honorable Mabucha, I just gave you that copy, it's my copy. So could we just wait for every member to have a copy? Because we are still going to have the very same issue as laterally in question 3 or so. So for now, you are advantaged and me because you've browsed through that, but other members don't have that opportunity.
Okay,
Let's just park it for now, then we come back to it.
No problem, Chair. Chair, I would like to go to the financial year 2015-2016 on these investigations. The department chair is informing us that 14 cases have been, the 14 cases have been investigated and the investigations are complete. Therefore, they are still waiting for the provincial treasury to verify certain things. But however, Chair, in our report, I think those are some of the things that you've been mentioning. That in this report that I have in front of me, those investigation reports are not part and parcel of this file, unless if I can be referred to the particular annexure in this file. But those reports are not part, and you will see, Chair, as we go forward. The second one, Chair, is that even on the report, there's no report on the 2016-17 Resolution 6, whereby the department is informing us that they are committed to investigate. However, there's no progress on the finalization of the report. It speaks to the lack of consequence management, because we can't have an issue that has been pending for so long with no action that has been taken. And then the other one is on, I think colleagues have covered it, that, Chair, the AG has informed us that when an official of a department decides to leave the employ of this particular department, and then he or she assumes the responsibilities in another department, that doesn't mean that the department can communicate with the accounting authority of that particular department that, look, this person, we had due processes were supposed to unfold against this person. However, this person has since terminated his or her service in our department. Therefore, can you please initiate this particular processes on our behalf? But we see the lack of appetite from the department to do this follow-ups, because the excuse we're getting, or the rationale that we're getting, is that no, because this person has left and then we are throwing our hands in the sky, there's nothing we can do. Then the next thing we'll hear, Chair, after 2-3 years, this person will be back within the department, and then it will be business as usual. Chair, the department is equally telling us that on the very same particular matter, that responsible officials have acknowledged debt. However, they don't take us into confidence as to who are those responsible officials. I have seen 2 acknowledgements of debts somewhere in this file, but we are not sure where we are as to how many officials have acknowledged that debt, and then how much have they acknowledged, because they will vary. The merits of each case are not always the same, but we are not given such information, Chair, and I think it's a bit troublesome for me. And then the other issue, Chair, is that we would like the department to provide us with a report on financial misconduct and those acknowledgement of debts. And then I also touched on that one, Yandwe. Chair, I will still repeat that the issue in the department is the lack of consequence management, and which is really troubling me. Now, I would like to go to financial year 21-22 on resolution 6, lifestyle audit. The department is referring us to a report. Can the department refer us to a report on lifestyle audit? Because in your own words, you are saying that the department has since done lifestyle audit through the DPSA lifestyle audit guidelines. One, there are no guidelines from the DPSA in the file. Number 2, there is no lifestyle audit report in this file, but we are being referred to a lifestyle audit. We are being told that a lifestyle audit has been done, and the expectation thereof would be that the lifestyle audit report would be attached in this file. But there is nothing of that kind. Chair, I think my other colleagues have covered me to this extent. I will park my bus here and wait for the department to at least shed some light.
Yes, thank you, honourable members. The issue of evidence, honourable MEC, you could see that there are many cases where members are referring to lack of evidence. Because if you talk about an investigation, we expect to see the report of that investigation and the recommendation. And if you have started the implementation of the very same recommendation, we also expect the progress in terms of the implementation. But there's no report, and the other thing, there are no, you are talking about fruitless expenditures. There are no amounts indicated. Maybe I'll pause.
Thank you so much.
No, I was not done. I was just pausing because I could see there's still a caucus. So that they are still consolidating. So that they also hear what I'm saying. That was very critical. So I was saying, in your resolution, the progress in the resolution, there is no way where you are indicating that the fruitless expenditure on 16-17 is how much. It's just resolution 6, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. You don't indicate the amount thereof. In all, if you can check, there's no way where they are talking about the amount. It's only with the last one here of the 6,000 of this. I mean 6.05 million, where they are mentioning the amount. For all the regular and whatever, there's no mention of that. And 2026, there's no evidence of investigation, and there's no investigation communication between the Department of Social Development and Public Works on. You said with fruitless expenditure of Pasha Slaton, the Department of Social Development requested Public Works and it committed to investigate, but there is no way of you making efforts to get that information, because if the Department of Public Works said will investigate, it is your responsibility, because you are the one who is going to get a finding on the very same matter. So I think there's no effort or no evidence to show you that there is a follow-up on the very same matter. No consequence, no evidence. There are so many where we needed attachments and they are not there. So just wanted to speak to that on attachment. Otherwise, they've covered everything that I noted as a concern. MEC?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Let me appreciate and welcome all the inputs, comments and questions from the Honorable Members. And I'm confident that seated here, we will be able to respond to issues raised by yourselves. I'm just disappointed, Honorable Chair, that there are reports that were supposed to be packaged on the file. Hence, I indicated when I started that my knowledge is that the reports have been attached, because when we talk about investigation, it's not something that we are manufacturing because we are appearing before honorable members. Those reports are there. But I will leave it to the accounting officer, CFO, and the management team to respond. But before I allow them to respond, Honorable Chair, there are certain issues that I want to respond on. the issue raised by Honorable Mantata Caroline Mahasela that we are taking that department to be a playground. We want to put it on record that Department of Social Development is a public institution. It's not a playground. Hence, there are investigations for wrongdoing. Hence, we also encourage issues of consequences management, because we understand fully that when you run a public institution, there will be a day of accountability. It's not like when you run your family affairs. It's just that because the department has people appointed in the form of officials, like in each and every institution, you will find that others decide or deliberately do things in contravention of the laws of the country. Hence, we always make sure that once we detect that, people must be held accountable. And I take note that the Honorable Member has raised that you applaud us for moving from the regression qualified to unqualified. But the Honorable Member, she's quite right that there are serious issues or persisting issues which, if we don't appreciate and work on them as the department, the likelihood for the department to regress in terms of the audit outcome might be there. And I want to assure honorable members that there was a meeting that was convened by the audit committee, the provincial audit committee, where we were convened, myself, HOD, and the CFO, together with Treasury, we were convened at Treasury's offices. They highlighted areas that if we don't work with areas like this, like poor performance on the predetermined objectives, how we manage funds for the NPOs that are receiving support from the department, and other issues that if we don't work very hard, the likelihood is that we might regress. So we want to assure members that we have already identified all those issues with the assistance of Treasury and the audit committee. And we are busy doing our best, putting more efforts that we don't want any regression. We want to see the department improving. On the issue of the security tender, the issue that we might want to work on the matter when the term of office, or when the term for the security companies that we have appointed have lapsed, which might create more challenges for the department. This is the matter that is before court. We wrote to to the Office of the Premier. We were assisted by Office of the Premier until we reached the level where we said the matter must just be, we must just open a case, and those affected officials, they are also going through internal processes in the department. And what is it that we are doing, because the tender is lapsing come the end of this financial year? We have already advertised. The process is really running through the administration to make sure that come the end of this financial year, when we say the contract has come to the end, we must not be found extending, because this is the contract with many issues that are troubling the department. Lastly, before I hand over to administration through the HOD, Honorable Chair, I want to indicate that I had the opportunity to also serve previously, Honorable Chair, as the member of the Scopa. There's one thing that I've learned during that time when I was afforded opportunity. Through the then Honorable Member, Honorable Rudolph Pal, when MECs then were appearing here, you will be proudly saying, I've just get in the office. All these things happened before me. So it was during that time that one was schooled that there's a principle of successor in title. We won't even give reasons. We won't even try to defend ourselves. We are seized with the responsibility to address, to clean all the anomaly that the department has been going through. And we are seriously committed on that, Honorable Chair. I will then hand over to the administration to respond to all the questions raised by honorable members. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and MEC. My name is Tembeni Mhlongo, the HOD. I will hand over to the CFO to clarify or respond to the questions that have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and HOD. My name is Matumi Matala, the CFO in the department. Honorable Chair, can I start with your question where you raised the issue of us not indicating or putting in detail the fruitless and wasteful expenditures? Honorable Chair, we have put the fruitless and wasteful expenditures in details on question correct. So if you go to question 3, you will find those things, the details of our fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And maybe just to explain, Honorable Chair, before I go to other questions, with question 1, majority of them, or all of them, is issues that were raised in the previous committees. So what we did, we resolved some of these issues, and it was only a number of them that were not resolved. But mostly it was the issue of principals management against the accounting officer and other officials. So in the previous reports, you will find that there are those reports that indicate what the department has done. But in this case, because we thought we are answering only on principals management, because the many issues were mainly on principals management and not on the other things. So maybe it was our mistake not to include all other issues. But we thought because we came before this committee, honorable committee, and answered those and also provided the information in those other sections. The issues around deterioration within the financial management chief directorate, Honorable Chair, it's true. It was raised by Honorable Machete. Honorable Machete, is true. In the previous financial year, the department suffered, I would call it natural attrition in terms of the financial management personnel. So you will find that in a district, you only have one person who is responsible for supply chain management because the others have left. And because the department did not have money to fill positions previously, we then had challenges. That's why the financial management deteriorated, because even issues around segregation of duties were compromised, because you will find only 1 or 2 people within the financial management environment in our district and also in the head office. But through the help of the Honorable MEC, we managed to then engage treasury and we were given a bit of the money to try and complement the staff establishment that we have within financial management. Even though we can't say we are going to be able to fill all of them, but we will fill maybe 3/4 of those positions. And currently, colleagues are busy with shortlisting and interviews in those. The posts were advertised, and we intentionally prioritize the financial management environment, both finance and SEN, because we were really looking and getting in terms of capacity. Then the issue of challenges around unavailability of getting documents from other departments. Like I've said, I've mentioned, these are the old matters. These are the matters that were condoned. Some of those matters are matters where the department was still with Department of Health. So when they were then said it's irregular expenditures, we were not able to get documentation from Department of Health. We struggled. We had to do our loss determinations and other things to submit to Treasury for condonation. So in terms of consequence management in those things, we also had challenges because there were not sufficient documentation to can proceed with disciplinary matters in those. And some of the officials, they were part of, they were left at the Department of Health when the two departments separated. So that's why I'm saying these issues are old. It's just that we were responding to those ones that were left in the responses. Then the issue raised by Honorable Mantata Mahasela, I hope I'm calling correctly, Honorable. The issue of security contract, I think the MEC has responded to it. The issue of CFO leaving the department. Honorable members, what happened is that after the CFO, isn't that when we come to the committee, we come after financial statements are done and all other things. So unfortunately, the CFO left before the city. And when it was said that the CFO and the accounting officer should be charged, the CFO had already left to Mpumalanga. But what we did, we wrote to Mpumalanga. We sent letters through emails, but we were not getting response. So we had to send an official to Mpumalanga to hand deliver the letter to Mpumalanga. What we are now considering to do is to do intergovernmental relations. Maybe ask the office of the Premier to help us in this regard, because we are not getting any joy. We have submitted letters physically to Mpumalanga, but nothing has been done. So it's another thing that is a challenge to us. But we did not really need the CFO to do. Okay. HOD was just reminding me that the last time we made a follow-up, it was the 6th of January this year. Then the issue around Pachasla project. Can I just explain this matter? Because it's also the old matter that is coming to this committee, simply because we have not yet resolved the matter. The Pachasla matter, remember, Public Works is the custodian of this land and other things. And when we want to build a building, we take the matter to Public Works, and Public Works, they are the implementing agency, they are running with the process. So in this case, it's the issue of land, of us building in a private land. It was supposed to be investigated and done by Public Works. But unfortunately, because the money comes from us as a department, so the fruitless and wasteful expenditure sit with us as a department, but not with the implementing department. So that's where the challenge lies. So we, as it was recommended by the committee to say, we must engage Public Works so that we do investigation to say who committed that we incur that fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And we have been doing that, writing letters to public works, and unfortunately, we're not getting any joy, we're not getting any response. And some of the issues is that they are alleging that this is an old matter, they don't even know who was responsible and stuff like that. But it's just a lot of forth and back issues. But we have resolved that we will write a letter to the office of PAG so that she can intervene between us and public works, because it's not only this one, there are other issues that we need to resolve with public works, and they are not coming to pass. But we have been writing letters to them, follow up and stuff like that. So the issue of Pasasla, because it's sitting up on our books as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are the ones who are feeling the pain. But the people who have implemented, they've relaxed, they don't feel any pain. What we have done now, we have even went to municipality, had meetings with municipality to try and fast track the process. The only thing that was supposed to be done currently, it was for public works to pay an amount of around 7,000 to Fetahomo municipality in November. And up to today, public works has not yet implemented that. The invoice was given to public works. We have been also following up with public works to say, can you pay the 7,000 so that we clear out the fruitless and wasteful expenditure from our books? But public works is not coming to party. So we are at that stage. If public works paid that 7,000, then Fetahomo will help us and will clear the 5 million. We'll then start utilizing the building, because currently we can't utilize it. Even though expropriation has taken place, but we can't utilize it because it's still rezoned as agricultural land and not as the office space. So we are at that point that we need public works to help us in this regard. The issue raised by Honorable Sopela, I think Sibopela. Yes. Oh, my apology. Honorable Sibopela. I think the issue of Mpumalanga CFO, I've tried to address it. The issue of lessons learned from the Department of the Pachasla issue. Currently, we have learned that before we build any office related building in any land, as a department will then have to do our own investigations and ensure that there's either a PTO or something that will say the land belongs to who and so on. We are not going to rely on public works, even though the implementation is with public works. And because we have just appointed the director infrastructure, so she's in the meantime running with those kind of issues to ensure that we don't, when we build, when we identify a land, and before public works can start with construction, already the issues around the ownership of the land are resolved. Like currently we are to build an office in Elias Mutuali. I think it's around Denelke. So we have made sure, because the land it's a communal land, the district office went to Mashate and they were given the PTO for that land. So we are trying to cover all those nitty-gritties so that we don't encounter the same issue that we've encountered with Mashasla. What elements of the strategy is not implemented to take the department to clean position? If you look at our report, the AG will concur with me. If you look at our report, I think we have in the current or in this past audit report, we have issues around our performance management, and we managed to resolve many other things. And the other issues that were raised by AG, they were not material. The only material issues were in terms of the performance. So if we are able to clear or to clean up the performance issues in our department, I think the department will be able to move from unqualified to clean audit. And currently, we are in the districts, some of the officials, they are in the districts. We've got a program to go and try to clean up all our performance information within the districts to try and make sure that we get a proper, because when you look in that the audit report, the department yes has rendered the savings, and we have managed to achieve most of the targets. But unfortunately, because of some of the information that was incorrect, that's why we got it wrong. Then the issue of misstatement of financial statement, it was about the CCCs, the community care centers that got us qualified. But we have resolved that matter, Honorable Chair and the committee. We even went to an extent of, because National Office, they could not help us with anything. We went to an extent of working with AG, and thanks to AG, we then resolved the matter. We did our own evaluation as a department together with AG, and we managed to resolve that. So going forward, because there's also one facility that is not yet transferred, we are not going to then accept the facility because they don't have supporting documentations. And the process is that they should not transfer the facility to us as a department, but to public works. And we have engaged them to say, we'll help you in terms of what needs to be done for you to transfer the facility to public works as custodian of buildings in Limpopo. Then the issue around the lifestyle audit, I think the risk will help us, will help me. But what I know, Honorable Chair, what we did with lifestyle audit, the committee recommended that we appoint a firm to do a lifestyle audit, an independent firm. When we did quotations in terms of appointing an independent firm, the quotations was very high. And the department did not have that money. It was around 2.8 million to do lifestyle audit for those officials. So we could not continue with the implementation of that lifestyle. But I know that there was a report as guided by the DPSA, and colleagues will submit a report. I think it was just an oversight or an error of not submitting, if we have not submitted. But I know that some of the documents we submitted in the previous cities. Then the issues around acknowledgement of debts, those who have acknowledged the debts, especially in terms of the fruitless and wasteful, because we will do an investigation, and most of our debts, let me talk about ESCOM and TELCO. You will find that it's not the making of an official for us to incur that debt, especially on ESCOM and TELCO. But because of the system that we are using, ESCOM will give us, I'm just giving an example, ESCOM will give us 15 days when they issue an invoice. They will issue an invoice and say this invoice must be paid within 15 days. But when the invoice reaches the department, you find that the first run has already, because we only have 2 runs in the department, the first run has already passed. So when we pay this invoice in the second run, already the 15 days has lapsed. So it's not because the official has said with the invoice, but it's because the invoice arrived in the department late. And when we paid, the 15 days already lapsed. So ESCOM will check interest. We've been engaging ESCOM on several meetings on a number of meetings. We even asked ESCOM, because the reason why they are giving us 15 days, our transformers in our facilities are 3-phase. So we wanted to download the transformers to 2-phase, so that 2-phase, because they are saying 2-phase, you give it, they are giving it 30 days for us to pay that invoice. So, but we could not agree. They did not agree to download our transformers to 2-phase. They raised a number of issues that they are not going to be able to help us. But at first, we engaged them and they promised that they will look at the matter. But they came back and said they are not able to unfortunately, download those transformers to 2-phase. Yeah, and I think colleagues can add on those ones that I forgot or that I've missed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Unless if there's a hand, but I think as CFO you managed to deal with the more important questions raised by honorable members. And we must really make a commitment, Honorable Chair, that without maybe considering that some of the reports were submitted previously, because the matter is still serving before you. Those reports that honorable members have requested, we must make them available as the department. Lastly, from my side, Honorable Chair, on the issue of Pashas Latule, the payment of the 7,000 something, I took it upon myself. I had an engagement with the MEC Public Works, and the MEC was very positive. He even sent me, just that we were communicating through WhatsApp, that the department is busy processing the payment. And it is true that if Public Works can really move faster in terms of paying that 7,000, then the municipality will be able to finalize the rezoning matter. Then the department will start to utilize those offices. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I can see there are hands for follow-up, but I also want to check. I believe the movable assets that were transferred from the national to the province are community care centers, no?
Yes.
And then during the presentation, the HOD said the department only became aware of those assets as raised by the AG. So now, that raises a question to say, a community center where everybody who passes there can see it. I don't know whether they are there, whether they have not mentioned to me where are they, in which location. Only the HOD can know about that transfer. I find it very difficult to believe, and which maybe goes back to those challenges that they were raised, the bureaucratic cultures. You know, in bureaucracy, of course, there are challenges of information flowing from one person to another, but in an ordinary setup, the HOD himself should not even do that. There must be somebody who must deal with that issue and report to the HOD. But if it is only the HOD that does that, then we have a challenge. I don't know, but maybe you'll explain it. The other issue is the issue of the letter returned to the Public Works with regards to the Pashas Latole, to check who is responsible, who is the responsible official. So, but my question is then, do you want to take consequence management on that particular individual, or what exactly do you want? If they tell you the official responsible is Mkak from the Department of public works. And the issue of appropriation of land, expropriation of land is fine. It's in the process as you report it, but you said you are in the process of finalizing it. You just have to do the final touches like you indicated. That if the 7,000 and the public works has finalized certain logistics, the property will be fully transferred to the department. And I hope it's not expropriation without compensation. But the question is that building has been there for some time. Is it not vandalized? Is there security there? What is the condition of the building? Because we may be saying once this is finalized, then we are moving in, and you find that the whatever properties is no longer inhabitable. So do you know the condition of the property? And lastly, before I go to the last one, I think the MEC has partly touched on it to say, I believe that as long as the matter is on the table, we must always update all the records. If we say in the last, you gave us 1, 2, 3, and then today you have 4, 5, because it will not assist if you only bring 4, 5, because what if the entire committee has changed? It's possible. So we must have the track of the issue up until its finality. So, and the other issue is that the Auditor General has audited Program 2 and Program 3. Always they sample. They don't audit everything. They sample maybe two or three programs. They audited these programs. But our challenge with our officials, MEC, is that if the issues or findings are raised on the program samples, towards the preparation of the financial statement for the next financial year, they don't look at other programs to find if there are similar findings. And that is why in most cases we stuck with a certain audit outcome. So what I'm trying to say is, as much as they've audited 2 and 3, some of these findings that they've raised, you may find that they are even applicable in other programs. So it is advisable that going forward, you also do a holistic monitoring of all the programs. And maybe for the advice, MEC, I can see that it pains you that you sign a document and you promise that certain documents will be included. And they are not there. And you promise that they will be included. And you said in your own ways, maybe it's deliberate sometimes, or is people forget or whatever, we don't know. But the advice is that let the file that you sign be the file that is ready to go. Because if they say, no, MEC, we've dealt with resolutions and this is question number 2, then we are still going to attach file number Mama. Mama is not here. We'll do it, sign. Then you sign, they put it there, and then Scopa give the department the date to submit. They take it as is and submit. So the advice is that find a full, when you sign, it must go. It must have everything, so that we avoid such things that are happening here. Yeah, I think, and we also believe that because we are not directly doing the day-to-day duties, some of these little things you may not be aware of. your responsibility is on policy level to ensure that what the department is doing is with regard to policy and the agreed APP's targets and everything that the House requests from you. But I think officials must be honest, not to mislead the MEC. The information that is required, just give her as is requested or requested by whether Scopa or the portfolio committee. When they say we need this information, please let it be given to the MEC, or the briefing be given as required by the committee or whoever. So these are some of the issues that I wanted to raise, and I could see that there are hands for follow-up. Honorable Mabuja, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, and Honorable Machet.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabuja, a member of this committee. Chair, I think first we should dispel this notion here. Since we were given certain documents in the previous financial year, then there's an assumption that we have those documents. Chair, otherwise we'll be setting a very wrong precedent, because next time someone will come here with 2 pages and say, but I gave you those things last year. So we want a report. When you submit this file to us, it must be it must speak to you. It must speak to you, and you must also put yourself in our shoes that when I am to present this file to the next person, this person would be able to follow this document in this chronological order that I have assembled this file. So this notion here, we have got some documents in some years, it doesn't stand, Chair, and I think that it needs to be condemned. Chair, the other issue that I want to speak to, we are told that there was a transfer of properties. Just want to check, Chair, or are we not going to come back here next year and be told about the same? You know, there are some certain low-hanging fruits that can be resolved, that don't need a lot of bureaucratic red tape channels. You can just organize yourselves properly, don't know whether through IGR processes or what, and resolve some of those issues. Next day we don't have to come here and discuss issues of 7,000, issues of these transfers. I think those ones, if they become part of your priorities, those will be some of the resolved issues that we would really appreciate. Now, Chair, the department informed us that on question B, that they couldn't implement some of the House resolutions due to the long-standing vacancy positions, the unavailability of documents to finalize investigations, and so on. Now, the question that comes to mind is that with this unavailability of documents, which investigations were you unable to complete? And can you please list those investigations? Number 2 is that what is your current vacancy rate, and what are the plans to fill those, more especially the funded ones? What are the plans to fill those vacancies? Now, Chair, we are told about letters that have been sent to personally delivered and so on and so forth. But those letters are not part of our bundle. So, you see, Chair, we are going to have this back and forth. You already know, but you are saying, we are saying, and then it will not end. But for as long as it's not in black and white before us, it means that we don't have that particular correspondence. Chair, I just want to check, because some of these issues that are recurring are the issues that, if not you have the right, you see, when we deal with finance and we know that this person, it's either a CA or a auditor, or, you know, we know that this person has got a proper understanding of what he's talking about. And so when you come and speak to us, you will speak things that will make sense to us. Now, even when there are plans and stuff, I want to speak on the issue, Yandrik, here, some of these infrastructures of yours. Or, you know, it would be very important, or you have the right personnel for the right portfolios. You can't take someone that has studied LLB and put him there to go and head infrastructure. What do I know about infrastructure? I don't know bricks and mortar. So it's going to be very important, or maybe in the next session, Chair, we get to understand what is the right people, are the right people assigned to the right portfolios. Like, I'm glad the legal manager is here, because there are a lot of issues still ongoing. We think that he needs to take us into, he needs to clarify, because I hear the accountant here trying to explain certain things, and then it brings a lot of questions, and then you confuse us more. So I don't know, Chair, if there's still that appetite to, because we've got the copies of the letter, and I have some few questions. Kaya, that one, the first matter that we said will be failed.
Maybe let me check with other members. Have you gone through the letter? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can deal with the letter.
Okay.
You want to respond? Okay. It's fine. You can respond first and then.
Oh, I'm not done. I'm not done. No.
We are not yet done. And there were
I'm finalizing my questions. I'm finalizing my questions.
Oh, I thought you are done.
No. I was asking.
Okay, no, that wasn't as part.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Chair, the CFO tried to speak on the issue of lifestyle audit, but I think he was just trying to lose us, because the question is very clear. Where is the report? Because you are done with your investigations, with your audit, your investigation, whatever. Where is the report? Can you please refer us to a particular page in this document? Or it can't be seen by you alone, and then right now we don't have the benefit of going through that particular that document. So it's going to be very important, Chair, that we get to see that report. They've got it, they can share it with us. And then, yeah, Chair, I think I will stop here.
Okay, Honorable Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Matodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. First thing that I want to say is to appreciate and welcome the clarity, but I've got only 1-2 questions, or I just want to clear something that didn't go well to the department. My clarity is this, that because of the question that we asked, or why does the department always wait for the officials responsible to leave the department before holding them accountable? Of course, I said there are people who take the department as a playing ground. I didn't mean the people who are already in the department. I said there are people, those who apply to the department, they take it simple, like it's a playing ground, that if we apply there, then we can do mischievous things and then we run away from the department. So that was an eye-opening to you as the department, that you must take care of those who will come and do mischievous things and then run away from the department. That's what I said. Another thing is this, that I heard the Honorable MEC talking about the security contract, which is going to lapse on March. Of course, we appreciate that you have, started, advertising the tender, which is very good, because you are avoiding the extension. But we want the proof or the copy of the advertisement. So we want to have it as the committee, as that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Machete.
No, thanks. My name is Machete Pez. Just to add on what Honorable Scopa has said with regard to the clean audit strategy. I see on page 11 on the supporting of recommendations that the strategy implementation is from 2025 to 2027. But when you go further, you then realize that the clean audit strategy is 2027, and then the Operation Clean Audit Coordinating Committee is also on 2027. So just to check whether currently as we speak, we don't have the clean audit strategy, or whether we have the clean audit strategy as outlined in the supporting recommendations, and or whether there's misalignment of the information with regard to the strategy itself. So I just want that clarity.
Thank you very much. There's a question that, and I think Honorable Masala is repeating, on the officials that after realizing that the investigation is on them, they resign. But just want to indicate that presently there's no legislation that will stop an official if it wants to resign. But there is a process of amending Public Service Act that speaks to the very same issue that you are raising. That if it is adopted, you will not leave until all your sins are cleared. It will be by then, once the President signs that particular legislation into law, that will be able to. But I think what we are trying to say is deal with the cases as soon as they are available, so that you conclude them in time, to avoid the issue of prescribing, number one, because it is also affected by when you take long time not to resolve the issues, and it is very critical that you deal with the cases as soon as and conclude them as soon as possible. We know the dynamics of investigations. Sometimes it's not possible, but where possible, like Honorable Mawuja is saying, there are low-hanging fruits. There are those which can just deal with them and finish with those things. So I just wanted to clarify that and make an input as well.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Once more, let me appreciate all the issues raised by honorable members, and also the issue that you have just clarified, which is a benefit to all of us seated here, especially those who leave the public institutions, that until such time that government will finalize that legislation, that's when we'll be able to get these things right. Honorable Chair, I take advice that you directed to me as the political head of the institution, but safe to indicate to honorable members that 2 meetings were held in preparation for this meeting. We started in December. Firstly, it was to get management and myself to comply with the deadline, especially when it comes to the submission. We held the last meeting last night. It was virtual, starting from 7 o'clock. I think we ended up the meeting around 9. And when we talk about reports, my take is that when we are in a meeting, we appreciate all issues. We even talk about the reports that here we have this report. My take is that administration led by the accounting officer, when they package the file, because it might equally be difficult for me, Honorable Chair, to sit and peruse all the files that they are submitting here. But I take advice. I will also play my part to make sure that we curb this anomaly, not to recur. We can't spend a lot of time discussing about submission of the report. Where the report is there, we must provide the report. And in areas where the cases are not yet resolved or the resolutions are not yet resolved, we must keep on making sure that we provide the information. There's no explanation that we can come here and give, because even if honorable members were here, Honorable Chair, we can't expect you to really, you deal with many issues. When we appear before you, it's our responsibility to put our house in order. But we will make sure that going forward, we also improve. Honorable Chair, I was equally shocked. You know, in the department, the challenge was that those who were supposed to lead their subordinates, they were found to be the ones who were violating the rules of the land. It happened that way that the then HOD, Mr. Mahobo, the transfer was between, I can't mention any officer from national department, but it was between him and the national department. I even wrote a letter to the minister about this matter, because we were very much worried as the department that if this matter is not resolved, it was not even our take to say we still want to take AG head on. It was because it was frustrating us that if it's not resolved, it will keep on recurring. But we appreciate that when I wrote to the Honorable Premier, she took the matter up with the AG National. It even went to National Treasury, because this was the arrangement between the accounting officer and those who were at National. And to make the matter worse, let them provide the supporting documents when the AG now has raised the matter to say, you are not accounting to these assets. It was difficult even on that part, but we appreciate that working together with Premier's office and the AG, we managed to resolve this matter. In terms of the location of these community care centers, we have one Tauyatswala in Mukhalakweni. The other one is in Makado, Mamvuka. That's where they are located. And you also had the CFO indicating that the matter that the HOD also impressed when I was engaging her, that we are no longer going to say because it's national, it's bringing something. Though previously, how it was done. Just imagine, you expect the accounting officer to know that when it comes to issues affecting infrastructural buildings, Public Works is the custodian in the province. How do you then just receive the certificate violating the Public Finance Management Act? I was equally shocked, but that's how things had happened, where you find the accounting officer who must lead the rest is the one who is doing things violating the legislation. But we are happy because the matter is resolved. But I'm going to allow the HOD and the team to respond to some of the issues that honorable members have raised. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'm Tembeni Elfimshongo, the head of department. I just want to also highlight the fact that the team risk management unit will provide the lifestyle audit report and the guideline that was followed. I think it was also an error of judgment on our part not to attach that. And I think on the other matter, it was clarified, and I just also want to indicate that with the matter regarding those officials that have left the department, us following them, especially with regards to the CFO, the former CFO, we are doing that. We will be, although it is in a manner of emails with the officials in the Department of Finance in Mpumalanga, we will continuously do that, and we will print out to prove that. And I think it was already categorically stated that perhaps we need to take it a step further through our Director General to engage the Director General in the provincial government of Mpumalanga. There was a request for a copy of the advert on the security tender. I think we will duly submit that. On the issue around the clean audit strategy, just to clarify, I think perhaps it was supposed to indicate, because usually when you develop the strategy, you indicate the year that it will start and the year that, you know, so that, because it's a living document that needs to be reviewed, and I think that part was not very clear. But when I signed the strategy, I categorically stated that it is to be implemented with immediate effect, especially because we kept on being told as a department that we really need to up our game in ensuring that we improve the audit outcome. We shouldn't just be comfortable with the fact that we now got an unqualified with matters of emphasis, but strive to get a clean audit. And we were also, it was also emphasized that the area where we are weak is with regard to the audit of predetermined objectives, and I want to commit to this committee that we subsequently set around the table to say how best can we deal with this so that we don't have those surprises that happened, because some of the it was with regard to how the information was being collated, but we are dealing with that on a quarterly basis. We are currently ensuring that the quarters that we have gone through are indeed a true reflection that will be supported by the means of verification. I also want to highlight, Chair, that with regard to the issue of investigations that must be concluded timelessly, indeed, we need to do that so that we also do not cause undue harm to our officials that are undergoing the disciplinary process. And for that matter, we must also comply with the prescripts, because you are given a 90-day period to be able to conclude. And therefore, we need to ensure that whatever that we do, including the investigation, we do that timelessly so that it should not be protracted, so that then we come and give a reason that this matter is prescribed. So I think I've covered the matters that were raised. There was an issue with regards to unavailability of documents, and then to say which investigation we were unable to complete, and which, I think I would allow the team to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Matao Matulu, the CFO in the department. Honorable Chair, you have raised three issues, but on partial syllable, all of them. I'm going to respond to them. The issue around consequence management on the PW IR. It was a recommendation from this committee to say, because the matter was handled by public, so those officials who caused this fruitless expenditure should also go through the consequence management. So that's the reason why we are writing to public works to say they should do investigations and implement the consequence management on the officials who caused this expenditure. Then on the issue of security, yes, there's security. Immediately after the expropriation, we then appointed security to ensure that the property is secure. Because before the expropriation, there were the previous, I'm not sure whether to call the owner, let me just say landlord, was then utilizing that building, and there were people, but after expropriation, then they had moved out, and we secured the building with our own security services. So there's currently security service as we speak. In terms of the condition of the property needs some minor maintenance because they haven't been taking care of it properly. So there's a place where, I'm just giving an example, there's 18s, they need to be replaced because I think they won out. So those are some of the maintenance issues that we need to carry out. But immediately after the rezoning issue, will then be able to start with the maintenance in that program. But officials can utilize the property. It's not major issues, it's just minor issues that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure if the issue in relation to, my name is Fulpero Florence Rajan, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I'm not sure if HOD you also responded to the plans to fill funded vacancy.
My name is Newman Linga, Chief Director responsible for corporate services. With regard to post, in the beginning of financial year, we were approved with 205 posts, and out of 205 posts, we managed to fill 180. We have developed a recruitment plan that we monitor on a weekly basis, and also we in a process of developing a turnaround strategy for filling of posts, because we have realized that there's a lot of delays in terms of the filling of posts, and also we are busy developing a standard operating procedure, because we are using transversal recruitment policy where we don't have an SOP. So the department is busy developing that so that we will be able to fast-track the filling of posts. And also we have issued a circular where we agreed that the end of February this year, all the remaining posts shall be filled. At least we have produced an offer letter so that we do not lose the funding, and making sure that by the end of March we have filled all the remaining posts. So in terms of the progress, we are trying our best to fast-track in terms of the filling. So in terms of the vacancy rate, we are at 7%. So we believe that by the end of March, we will have finalized all the remaining posts that we needed to fill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm Furupero Florence Ratirani, MEC for Social Development. The other issue that I also want to bring to the attention of honorable members, out of the approved funded post, we had a number, I'm sure if my memory still serves me well, 26. These are the positions that we have sent to DPSA for job evaluation. We sent them around, I think it was August last year. I even took the matter to the Premier to assist us based on the delay, because from time to time when the HOD makes follow-up, you find that it's either they will say there's a huge backlog. So those positions are funded. We don't want when we come in the near future, you find that maybe there were some delays and we never shared the frustration we are going through with yourselves. Thanks. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think they have responded to all. Okay.
No.
Okay. But I think as you raise, you must also raise with that one, as Lato, of the issue of the
number one. This one.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm saying as you make a follow-up to the questions,
Okay.
you must also include that other one, so that as they respond to all of them.
Okay, Chair. Look, I think some of my questions have been addressed, but we asked the question that due to this unavailability of documents, you are saying that you were unable to finalize investigations. I asked, which investigations were you unable to finalize? Number two, I think we must just agree that there's no proper response in terms of lifestyle audit, because the answer is wishy-washy. It's just responding for the sake of responding, but there's nothing concrete that we are getting. So, Chair, I would like to go to this matter, and then...
And other members, if you have questions, then now let's come back to this issue.
Okay. And then, you know, I was very happy when the MEC mentioned the name of this one that's responsible for the transfer of movable assets, immovable assets. Can we get the name of this CFO that we are able to take action against? Because in as much as we are able to name the name of the HOD, I think it's also fair that we also get the name of this CFO. Now, Chair, am I protected? Thank you very much.
Do you need caucus? We can give you space for caucus. Is allowed. Okay, you must just request it through the proper channels.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, when you go to, I think it's the first matter on this report, on both reports actually. And then you must also read it together with annexure A1. Okay? So, Chair, when you read this documents, and also after listening to what the CFO has presented to us, you will then start to realize that maybe legal was the one that was supposed to brief us on this matter. Because one, Chair, on these two letters, on these two, on these three letters, one, it's a notice of debt, again, to Chipana K, and this one is a notice of debt to Chipana P, again, and then the dates that they were received and they were signed out. The date that they were signed out is the same, but the dates that they were received are different. And then as well as the response from their attorneys. Chair, One, there is no letter of demand. So the assertion that there is no letter of demand is proof. You have not issued any letter of demand. You just notified them that there's this thing. I think here you are just trying to comply with the resolutions of Scopa, just so that you can just tick a box and maliciously comply with us, which is something that we seriously take serious exception to. Now, number 2, Chair. In this report of the department, I will refer you to page 2 of the second, page 2, report to the legislature by MEC Social Development. So when you go to page 2, Chair, there's something very interesting. The department is even disputing their own case. They are saying there is zero prospect of success to claim any damages related to these events. But we are told that they are going to go to state attorney, they are going to issue letters of demands. Look, one, we have identified that there was a procurement fraud. That's what you said to us, and that's what's in this document. So now, that's it. When there is fraud, you leave state attorney, you go to police. We thought we were going to get a case number here, or no, we have reported the fraud to SAPS, and here's the case number, and here is the status update. When we were compiling this report, we went to Polokwane SAPS or provincial SAPS, and then we asked them to give us a report that will speak to members, not some one-page malicious compliance document where you just write a case number on the letterhead of SAPS, and then you just say "Batai born," because such things, I mean, they are in actual fact an insult. Chair, there were 2 options that were made available to the department. That one, you must liquidate this person and blacklist. Ne? If you can't liquidate, you must blacklist. Ne? You wrote to them these 2 letters, and you gave them 14 days to respond. And they responded within the timelines that you have given them. But ever since then, Chair, the department has gone AWOL. There is nothing before us that proves that the department has done something or has got an appetite to go and recover our money. These are monies of taxpayers. So our people want to see that there's some seriousness from your part. Not this malicious compliance that you are trying to prove to us. It's not going to work. So, Chair, I don't know whether they will, well, yes, the matter is prescribed. We can see it as prescribed. We don't know whether there were other documentations that have been exchanged between the department and these people. But your fraud, it's not going to expire. So we are expecting you to go and open and reach. And the other thing is that this director can be declared a delinquent. Have you explored it? No. So we are humbly pleading with you, Chair, that can we please be respected? People must not just come here and submit some documents and then think that those olden times, back in the days, when people were not reading, when people were not checking these documents. We read these documents. So we are humbly pleading with you that please, we think that departments are led by professionals. So professionals must not come and do things that are malicious, because we are not going to agree with them, Chair. So I just wanted to check, in conclusion, Chair, if we can just be given the credentials of the person that's responsible for the legal services. Whether this person is this person, he has got this number of years, agree the person is here, maybe can assist her. Has got this number of years of experience in litigation. Because it's one thing that I was actually saying, Chair. Yauri, you can't have a LLB graduate heading infrastructure. And you can't have someone who are accounting heading legal. You're just going to complicate things for that person. So if we can just be assisted with those few things. And then the last thing, on this letters, Chair. On this letters, there are two companies. But on the report, on this one, it's one, there is a reference to one, and then on this report, there's a reference to one. What about the other company? And can they also clarify this K and P, Chipana K and Chipana P? If whether it's 1%, whether it's a typing mistake, because you know these things, they might compromise our work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And you are very right that indeed this case, MEC, we need legal intervention because the two Chipanas, as I look, Honorable Mawuta, it's not the same person. The other one is heading another company, and the other one this one. Even the acknowledgement letters where they signed is not the same person, but you find that it's from the same household. Either their sisters or whatever. Working with the Department of Social Development, given tender, this one, given this one, given this one. So, but now my query is that, you know this lawyer, Adlor Kwaracha MEC, the first statement, why did you take so long? And you are saying from 2010, you are unable to contact these people. But there's proof that in 2017, you were interacting. That's the first thing that is mentioning. But the other thing, like Honorable Mawuta is saying, we only know of the Divisional Enterprise in our report. We don't know of the WISC at the 150. So you see, sometimes things have just a way to come out, even if you don't dig into them. So this is one evidence, because it is not reflected in any way of our communication and our reports. We know of the division, and the other issues that you could not get another director from division. So you got this one only, but this one knows that other one. That is what is written somewhere. So what I'm saying is that indeed the matter has prescribed, but because it's fraud never prescribed. And let's get our legal team and get proper legal advice. And the way this person has raised the issue, indeed it shows a lot of loopholes in our case. It has already weakened our case. So we go to this defense weekend. But I'm saying, let's get a proper legal advice, and then we also be briefed to know what is this whiskey? Why is it not appearing in our records? And sometimes maybe for advice, I agree that these were the first letters. After 15 years, you could not find the people. So if it is for the first time I receive your letter, and it starts by saying, we have the intention to restrict yourself from the doing business. For what? About Bishop. Someone told me there must be a statement that is saying, we have been trying to contact you without faith. Here is our matter. If you don't comply, here is what you can do. You can't just start with Hito Weta. So I should ask on my Udon Bachelor. So I'm not really prolonging the conversation. You must start by stating the case and say, if you don't comply, then here are the steps that you can take. So the one these letters come on, and I lay a lot of loopholes. And that is why this lawyer further punched holes into these letters. So we are saying, let's go back and have legal advice. But advice, and then we take the matter forward. But for now, I think the only route is to report this to the police as a fraud case, and then we communicate with Treasury and those processes for condoning or removing or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Purupero Florence Ratzirani. I'm the MEC for the Department of Social Development. We appreciate the guidance and counseling and also the questions and comments by honorable members. Honorable Chair, it was also our wish, in fact we wish as the department, that one can wake up tomorrow and find that all these things are cleaned up. Unfortunately, when you deal with legacy matters, you find that some of the employees who were running with all these things, they are no longer in the employment of government. Some of the documents are misplaced. I'm sure because Scopa, you're not only dealing with social development, you might be experiencing similar challenges with other departments, especially when it comes to legacy issues. But by saying that, we are not saying the right thing must not be done. We will consult with the state attorney on the matter. And then if indeed the matter must be, we must go to police, it will be done. But before we go there as the department, we also plead with honorable members just to allow us to consult with the state attorney. That one, it will be done. We don't have any intention to really shelve or protect fraud and corruption. It's something that it's clear in terms of what must be done and what must not be done. The issue that Honorable Mabucha is raising, the CFO tried to respond to it when he was responding to Honorable Majete, especially on the part of why the deterioration, especially when it comes to finance section. In fact, let me not say the department have been operating with very limited staff. Top management, you only have the CFO and the Chief Director, Social Welfare Services. But if you check now, within a short space of time, we have tried our best to fill those positions. I was equally shocked in the department when the CFO was talking about segregation of duties get to be compromised if you don't have warm bodies. It was happening in the department. The person who was acting in the position of Chief Director Corporate Services is the one who was in budget officer. She was in budget officer. Now because in the corporate services there was no one, she was moved to corporate services. And you can realize that really it was a huge burden for the officer, because finance and HR issues, those are two different things. But because the institution was going through some difficult times, really the segregation of duties was highly compromised. That one we can say it because it's something that was happening in the department. But we have passed that stage because we managed to really appoint those who are supposed to execute the program with the relevant skills and expertise. You don't take someone who has done really accounting and you put a person at risk or at legal. it's something that the department won't be able to achieve its constitutional mandate. So I will, with your permission again, Chair, I will request the HOD and the team to respond to some of the questions.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Tembeni Elfimhlongo. I am the head of department. I think there was a question that was asked around personnel, you know, having the right personnel in the right, and a point was around the person that heads infrastructure, and I want to categorically state that we have appointed. She started on the 1st of October, and she has the requisite qualification within that is within the built environment. So we are actually already beginning to realize some a change, in the sense that even those that we interact with, in particular Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and Treasury, they are beginning to be happy with our submission when it relates to infrastructure matters. I think I want to really appreciate the matter around us following through, especially companies that have done wrongdoing, as the MEC has indicated, that will take it further to ensure that we are not found wanting. There is an issue around, and I understand that perhaps as a department we must go back to the drawing board, and so that we can adequately respond to the question around lifestyle audit, and so that we can be able to satisfy the committee with regard to that, because I don't think we want to mislead the committee. We should attach, but I will allow Mr. Ramalepe perhaps to just categorically state clearly with regard to that report. Thanks. And Mr. Kabai, our legal person, will also want to ventilate some.
Okay. MEC, maybe let's remind each other about the principle of delegation. Yeah, I agree. There is the MEC who is accounting to us. Yes. And then the MEC will delegate the HOD to. So the HOD can delegate the delegated powers. Okay. So you have to go back to the MEC to say, can I allow Ramalepe? And then the MEC will allow you, and it goes like that. Okay. Yeah.
Thousand apologies in that regard.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Radzilani. I'm the MEC for the Department of Social Development. With due respect, Honorable Chair, allow me to request the HOD to delegate the two officials to report on the issues raised. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll hand over to Mr. Ramani.
You start by introducing yourself.
My name is Tembeni Elfimhlongo. I am the head of department. I am delegating Mr. Ramalepe, our Director, Risk Management and Security.
Good morning, Chairperson. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thanks MEC, thanks HOD. I think on the issue of, my name is Petlo Ramalepe, the Chief Risk Officer in the Department of Social Development. On the issue of lifestyle audit, Chair, yes, indeed, we did not conduct the lifestyle audit as instructed by, or as per the resolution of the Scopa. However, on the basis that the department did not have money, as the CFO has indicated. However, what we did, we conducted the lifestyle audit utilizing the guideline that we do have from DPSA
The only difference that in this case, which I think we have already apologized, part of the documentation that we will provide, that were required, we will provide the lifestyle audit. I do have it over here. It's just that it was not part of the package. We will put it together with some of the documentation that will be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. I then request that Mr. Kabai, our legal services manager, respond to the other matter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Mpokabai, responsible for legal services. Firstly, Chair, I would like to confirm my credentials as requested by the Honorable Member to check if the person who has occupied the legal unit is qualified. Chair, I hold Bachelor of Laws and Masters in Environmental Law and also admitted as an attorney since the year 2010, January, Chair. Chair, I would like to clarify on the issue of the Tirisan. The letters that are in possession of the committee now, they are on the second phase of the case. We instructed the Office of the State Attorney long ago, around 25 July 2014, and summons were issued in this regard. The Tirisano served the notice of the intention to defend on the case, and there were exchange of pleadings. And around 2019, we also made follow-ups from the Office of the State Attorney to enter discovery and get the department a trial date. So ever since, we have been meeting with them, and we are having records to show that we have been making follow-up for them to enter discovery and get us a trial date. Up until such time when they confirm that they no longer have the file, and also the matter has prescribed, they will no longer pursue the legal proceeding. Yeah? Then it was then the committee recommended that as a result, then let's blacklist the directors. So the second phase of the case is the one of blacklisting. Thank you, Chair. I hope I have clarified.
Yeah, what legal le bana ba nyaka go confuse and khopela o etsolela No, I want to clear that confusion from the legal. You see, the statement from the department, number 5. The department has been trying to get hold of yourself as a director of the company, utilizing the addresses and the contact number provided during the bidding process without success. So this statement can cover you because it does not indicate on when was that search started. That is why the lawyer is assuming that where did you search for this person, because you have been communicating. So this is number 5 is more general, and this lawyer was responding in terms of this statement, and even myself I can respond in terms of this statement, especially now that we don't have any trace in the report that you have communicated with them. What we had today, and even previously, was that you could not get them. So I'm just saying I don't want to open it for debate, but this is the confusion that you've caused. It's fine, we'll live with it, but we just believe that we will advise the department legally on where are we going from here.
Chair,
the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, member of Scopa. Chair, you see why it is important for the department to bring all the necessary documents, so that we are not told about something that is not in front of us. We are told this is the second phase. Where is the first phase? Because it's not in front of us. So, Chair, I'm humbly pleading that can we get, I'm not sure whether it will be part of our resolutions, that can we please get proper documents? All the documents that we have been told, or no, it's there, it's in my laptop, I forgot to package it, no, it's part of phase 1, it's not here before you. Can we get all those documents, Chair, so that when we meet the department next time, we know that, okay, on this particular day, you promised us 1, 2, and 3. You have not delivered. And you have presented the story. Today, the story has changed. It's like this. So we want to follow everything because we are the watchdogs of public funds. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. That is very correct, Honorable Mabuja. That we need to have a trace of these cases, so that even the MEC need to have the trace of this. Even the HOD need to have a trace of this. So when the HOD requests to say this case, let's get information from where it started in 2010. Every communique, every document, every report must be provided so that he is able to link all these things until the recent letters, so that she is able to take the matter forward. But if we have got phases that are not visible and then we start with the other phases, then we are going to lose it. And sometimes we'll even incur further irregular fruitless expenditure, because we will not be advised properly, and we find that at the end of the day we take a route that will cause the fruitless or irregular expenditure. But what we are saying, MEC, is that our resolution, as adopted by the House, still stands, that we will have quarterly meetings where we make follow-ups of all these resolutions. Last year we did not call you because the time did not allow, but I think now this year you are in the next batch of those who will come and update us on the resolution, and that is when we will be discussing these issues that are raised. That is when we'll be checking the documents that are missing. And we don't say you will only bring them to us when we have a date for the trace. So once you have dealt with them, just submit them to us, so that during that particular time we are able to deal with everything. Check against what you have noted. Yeah, I think we have dealt sufficiently with question 1 on resolutions. And let's break for lunch. We'll come back at 3:10 to continue with other questions. The meeting stand adjourned. We are moving to question 2. We are moving to questions 2. And please note that there are questions that are repeating themselves from the 2 files. And we are going to deal with them the same time. For example, if question 2 in this file is irregular expenditure, and I know in this other file there is no irregular expenditure, and we want to applaud the Department of Social Development for not incurring any irregular expenditure in the 2024-2025. Am I correct, AG? Because unless that accumulative one that is in here.
Okay, I was going to respond on the cumulative one.
Yes.
That is coming from prior years. So,
Okay.
thank you.
No, I was just commenting on this financial year. Of course, there will be that which happened in 2023-24. If it is not resolved, it will always be cumulative and be there in our financial statements. But we don't have a question on irregular expenditure because the AG has not raised anything on it and it's not there. So we are going to deal with the irregular expenditure, which is question number 2 on the 2023-2024 financial year. And we are going to request somebody to read those questions. Honorable Scopa, can you take it?
Okay, thank you very much. My name, once again, is still Masubani Jam Sobotoma. So the question 2 here is paraphrased this way. Executing authority in paragraph 35 of the AG's report. The AG reports that the effectiveness and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 74 million rand as disclosed in note 24 to the annual financial statement as required by section 38 paragraph 1c Government figure 2 of the PFMA and Treasury regulations 9.1.1. The majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by the non-compliance with section 2A of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act 5 of 2000 and Treasury regulations as is. So the questions pertaining to this matter are the following. A, why did the accounting officer fail to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure of more than 74 million rands? And the other one, why did the accounting officer fail to comply with section 2A of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework of Act 5 of 2000 and Treasury Regulations 16A 6.3B. Another one, provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. G, who are the responsible officials? Yes. E, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officers? And F, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G, why did measures put in place fail to prevent the recurrence of this expenditure? H, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Spotoma. Question 2 on irregular expenditure, MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Furupero Florence Rajani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I will request the accounting officer to take us through the responses.
Thank you, MEC, and once again, good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfumshongo, the HOD of Social Development. Question 2A, the response: the accounting officer failed to take effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure of 74.5 million due to inadequate capacity within the supply chain management unit of the department. Supply chain management is highly regulated and therefore it should be adequately staffed both in terms of staffing and technically. That is, they must be knowledgeable. The accounting officer failed to take effective appropriate steps, still highlighting the issue of inadequate capacity. C, with regard to provision of the breakdown, on the description, non-compliance to local content and production during procurement of clothing, which happened in 2020-21, 183,275 rand. Appointment of security services providers which did not score the highest points, 2021-22, which amounts to 19,220,921. And then appointment of service provider without a contract or following quotation process for hiring of G Fleet. This happened in 2023-24. It's about 48,636. And then the other one is the maladministration and improper conduct of appointment of child and youth care workers at Pulukan Welfare Complex and Mabambe Secure Care Center during the 2020-21 financial year, amounted to 16.5 million. Appointment of service providers without undertaking a three-quotation process. It's what happened in 2023-24 of 19,604. And appointment of security services after the expiry of validity period 2022-23, 38.5 million. Who are the responsible officials? On the non-compliance local, we are indicating the former CFO, Mr. Dlamini, Mr. Scopa. Okay. I think, Honorable Chair, with your permission, if I can say that the names appear as listed there, and then in the next page on appointment of service provider without a contract, we can see that it's listed also on the maladministration and improper conduct. The officials involved, that is in page 18, are also listed up to page 19. Same with the other matter on appointment of service without undertaking three-quotation and appointment of security services. I think the names of the officials are duly listed up to page 20. And then E, the executing authority could not take action against the accounting officer since he left the employ of government. I think we have also responded to this in the prior questions. Also with regard to F, we indicated, we responded to that. And then on page 20, it's still just indicating what has been done with regard to each of the officials. And we are also indicating the annexures that will be talking to that, as you indicated there in page 21, Chair. Up until page 22, we are indicating the annexure where these people are and what action has been taken. G, the response: the department failed to prevent the recurrence of unwanted expenditure due to capacity challenges, including frequent change in leadership and long-standing vacant positions. We are also, I think we also responded to this one earlier on, where we were saying We are ensuring that all bid committee members are capacitated before the execution of their duties, and that we are also ensuring that consequence management is applied to officials who are found violating any prescribed and legislation. Thank you.
Are you done, Alison?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupero Florence Rajrani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. The accounting officer managed to respond to all the questions as raised by Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Just to start with the last thing that the accounting officers mentioned on consequence management. Indeed, there's no consequence management in the department. And that is why most of the things are just happening and even repeating themselves, because there is there is no consequence management. The other thing is that those who served with letters, warning letters, they have not acknowledged. So we're not sure if we have just written this letters in the morning when you were supposed to submit or what. Because if letters were not acknowledged by the recipients, anybody can draw any conclusion about those letters. So we don't want to draw conclusions based on lack of information. So we just need to be informed and informed correctly. So members, do you have questions? And the last thing is, yes. Can you raise your hands? The other thing on A and B, I fail to understand. I tried to read the questions. They are different, but the answers are the same. How possible is that? Because the other one is talking about effective and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure. The second one is failing to comply with section 2A of the preferential procurement policy framework. So, but the answers are just the same. I guess we'll not cut and paste over here, but you will be able to advise us on that. Honorable Mavush.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we're going to leave here very late tonight. Chair, page 21. Just need clarity, not a difficult question. Out of all the identified personnel, the last column, out of all the identified personnel, why this 3? Why only 3 out of so many people that were fingered to be the ones that cost us this irregular expenditure? Why only discipline 3? Now, if your answer is going to be some have left the employ of the department, some have left the employee of the department, have you checked their PESA and traced where they are now? You might find they've left social development, but they are working for finance, treasury. So have you followed them through? Or were they just left their formers and then you just left the matter there now? And then the other question that I had, Chair, it's on this, it's just a concern, Chair, that, I'm from Seshego, Chair. There's that big building there in the hospital that you have built. that you call treatment center, treatment center. The sad reality that affects the people from where I come from is that majority of young boys and girls, they've surrendered their lives to drugs. And then now, most of their parents can't afford these private rehabilitation centers because they come at a very steep price. But they're effective. We can see the products that come out of those private rehabilitation centers. They are very effective. Now, Chair, from where I'm seated and from my interaction with that center, I don't really think, Guri, the model that you have is really working. It's my view. I'm not sure. The chair is also, the chair of the portfolio is also from the country. And I know to some great extent he shares the same sentiments as me, that government has got this facility, and the sad part is that that facility, I think it accommodates 38 people. And for you to be admitted in that particular institution, you have to go through a process. You have to volunteer yourself, be subjected to some process, and then by the time when the process, when the department has convinced themselves that this is a rightful beneficiary of our care, this person might have relapsed, or they might have stopped at their own accord. So I don't know, MEC, whether this model that you have is really working, because sometimes when you go there just to check, how many people do you have in this center? They'll tell you we've got 16 or less. And then you check how much is the department paying to run this facility. It's a lot of money. Then you go and make a comparative analysis with those ones that are privately owned. You get to see that government is spending a lot of money, but there's no ROI. These ones, they're not, it's parents that are taking the last money. Some are even going to loan sharks to make sure that they just try to help their kids. So I don't know, MEC and the new HOD, that can you please relook this model that you have in this centers. And I know my colleague here, Honorable Sopela, it's a constituents that are mainly affected by these drugs. And these drugs are destroying the lives of our people. It's so sad. To some extent, you will find your peers, my peers, but they surrender to drugs. Knowing very well that sentence issue is not really assisting our people. So, Chair, I'm just raising this concern, Chair. And to some extent, someone just whispered in my ear, Chief, you are going there to meet these people. Please raise this thing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any other question? Yeah, usually it will be short because most of the issues were dealt with in the resolutions. So don't be surprised if there are no longer questions. But now what I want to emphasize is that when you write a letter or notifying an employee for a misconduct, she or he must acknowledge receipt. And secondly, the letters that are attached on Annexure E, they don't even have a date to be confirmed. So we don't know if these are the letters that those people have received, or these are just letters that were manufactured for purpose of the hearing now. No acknowledgement, they don't have any date, so they are just letters. So please, let's do things the correct way. But another issue that I want to check, MEC. We hear about the strategies, we hear about the responsible people, but we are saying going forward, what are you going to do with the 74.5 million? We know the other amounts as indicated in these columns. You have indicated that you are busy with them. Some are at a stage where you have applied for condonation or a writing off to the provincial treasury. But how are you dealing with this issue to its finality of the 74.5 million?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Florence Ranjaran, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I'm going to request the HOD and also to request permission to allow the HOD to further delegate, especially those chief directors who might assist with the information to the members of the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. My name is Tembeni Mhlongo, Head of Department of Social Development. I will humbly request that the Chief Director, Welfare Services, respond to the issues around the Shifo Treatment Center.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, MEC and the HOD, and good afternoon, my honorable members. I want to respond to, my name is Duluska Chidi, the Chief Director for Social Welfare Services within the Department of Social Development. I'm responding to Shifo Treatment Center, and I do agree with the sentiments that shared that the center is not full as should or as expected, mainly because the issue of substance abuse within Shifo or any other township is very high. And therefore, we should be having our treatment centers actually overflowing with people that are coming in there. But I also need to remind us that as government, we are guided by certain acts on how we do certain things. And one of those acts is the Substance Abuse Act of 2008. That act is the one that actually has given birth to the models that social development is using in our treatment centers. For us to change the way we do how we do our intakes in treatment centers, it would mean that not only as us, the proper DSD, nation, and we would have to review that act so that it allows us to do certain things. For instance, it allows us to have people voluntarily taken into our centers. But at the present moment, we are working within those guidelines that as a center, the best that we can do is that people have got to voluntarily realize the problem, ask for help, social workers intervene, we do the blood tests with doctors and hospitals involved before we do the intake. And it is unfortunate because it is true we need that service. But however, as long as that act is still in place, it is a good act in a way that it protects our people, but because we are now in a crisis as a nation, it sort of hamstrings us from doing what we need to do as quickly as we need to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think,
Allow the CFO to respond to the question with regards to the 34 million. How we're going to deal with it.
Thank you. Honorable Minister. My name is Honorable Chair, with regard to our regular expenditures, it's not only the 74 million, but all that we have listed in page 21, we are submitted for combination to provincial treasury. We have condoned others, but they have returned their own certificates when we want to reduce, and also the maladministration of improper contact in appointment of child and welfare, and also the one for security services. They have put some money so that we can work on those notes and resubmit to provincial treasury. But we are working on them because we have done, as a department, we have done the loss determination, which is the most important factor in all of them. And I think they are with that, but they just commented on our report to fix or clarify on 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we will resubmit. We will resubmit Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Scopa from MEC for the Department of Social Development. The team managed to respond to questions raised, but I just want to confirm with Honorable Mabucha that we have such a nice facility which is underutilized based on the legislations that we have as the Chief Director has alluded to. Even myself as the MEC, I receive calls from parents who are frustrated by their children who are deeply involved in drugs. But when they call, they will be asking you whether this institution is legal. It's registered with the Department of Social Development. They won't mention the one for government. They will only be talking about the private ones. Because really the process that one will have to undergo is something that discourages those who might want to receive our services. But there's little that we can do until such time when this issue receives attention to the national department. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I hope it's answered. No? Thank you. So we go to question 3 in the 2024-25. But before that, maybe on G, on why did measures put in place fail to prevent reoccurrence? I'm saying, see here the answer is that the frequent change in the leadership. If you have put a plan which is in line with the objectives of the department, a long term, whether it's long term or medium term, whoever comes in must fit in the plan. So the issue of changing of leadership is very insignificant, according to me. Maybe to a certain extent, but to me, it's very insignificant. The impact is very insignificant. So it means even the plans and the strategies of the department are not solid to an extent that everybody, when he occupies this position, he comes with his or her own strategies, and then at the end of the day, you are no longer focusing as the department. Everybody is doing or is having his own plan. So my advice is that every department has a vision, a mission. Your plan and all the planning must talk to that particular mission, so that everybody coming to join you must fall in that particular, line. Question 3, no, that's not question 3. Question 2, 2024-2023 on improvement of audit outcomes. On the small file, 24-25 is this small one. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, but I think this one we can leave it out as we've already dealt with it. I don't know, I'm just suggesting that I think the department has given us the strategy, so, getting the clean audit and the like, so I'm just suggesting that can't we pass it as we have already dealt with interpretation about resolutions.
Yeah, but the reason why it is here as a finding, it means that we have to deal with it. Even if there are certain issues that they have raised, they will indicate. So, sometimes you find that they have something in addition to it. But I think that for the fact that it was raised, let's just quickly go. It's not even going to take us 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take you through question 2. My name is Scopa, and member of this committee. It's on the improvement in the audit outcomes. Executive Authority, the committee has noted that the department's audit outcomes have improved from a qualified audit opinion to an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. The committee commends the department for the achievement. Question A, what are the internal control measures implemented by the executing authority to improve its audit outcomes from a qualified to an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis? B, what is the strategy that the executing authority has put in place to achieve a clean audit opinion?
Thank you very much. MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will request the accounting officer to respond on behalf of the department.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tembeni Elfilton, the head of Department of Social Development. A, the department has developed a methodology to fair value the immovable assets which led to the qualified audit opinion during 2023-24 audit period and presented the methodology to AGSA during 24-25 audit, and we have attached this and marked as Annex A. B, the department developed a clean audit strategy which will be implemented or is being implemented to assist in achieving the clean audit opinion. Thank you.
Did you check your Annex A? Can you check your Annex A as referred to question A? He's talking to something different. He's talking to the evaluation of those assets that were transferred from the
houses. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Florence Ratsani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. Our apologies. I'm not sure in terms of the file before me. The clean audit strategy is on the Annex B, not A. Our apologies,
Annex B, MEC, is very relevant to question B. Annex B is relevant to question B on the strategies of the clean audits. And then A, what I'm saying is question B, 2B, is annexed B. Is correct, is fine, is the clean audit strategy. So question 2A is talking about the internal control measures. And you are saying A, and A is talking about the transfer of immovable goods. So it means this attachment is misleading the chair and the committee. But we accept the apology, and please just ensure that you check your attachments. Okay, if there is no other, we are noting that there is no strategy, and it will form part of the attachment that we are requesting. That must be sent to our office very soon. Can you go to question number 3? Both financial years,
Yes.
regular fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Yes, I'll take it, Chair.
All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Thabo Mawocha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Question 3 is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Executing Authority, on page 250 of the annual report, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 7,000 for the current year. Recurring matter from the 22-23 financial year. A. Why did the accounting officer incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the department recover? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? F. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G. Why did the measures put in place fail to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? H. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I think it's a repeating itself. H. And then that's it. Let me go to the 24. Okay? 25. Yeah. Question 3 is on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It says executing authority on page 154 of the annual report, the Department of Social Development recorded a closing balance of 6,016 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Why did the accounting officer fail to put effective systems or measures in place to prevent recurrence of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure? B. Provide breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. C. How much was recovered from the balance? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. MSC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Fulfero Florence Razan, the MEC for the Department of Social Development. I will request the accounting officer to present responses on behalf of the department. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair and MEC. My name is Tembeni Funchon, the head of Department of Social Development. Chair, allow me to say that with regard to the questions that are being asked, I think we have in the main responded to them when we dealt with the question 1 of the both years, and the responses are similar to, are the same in fact. So allow me to indicate that from where we are expected to indicate, we put that on the table in page 23 of the 2023-24, and then also in B we have put that breakdown, and then also with regard, and also on C we have indicated how much we have recovered and subsequently given the annexures. On page 25, we have also dealt with this before by indicating what the responsible officials, and then also on the E, we have indicated what we have led the executive authority not to be able to do, take action. Same as F, and also on G. On G, I'm mindful of the fact that when we started, Chair indicated that we need to categorically respond to each of these areas so that it can give the committee a comfort, and it moves up to page goes up to page 27. On page 28, on the measures that the accounting officer has put in place, we have also responded to this, and the response is up to page 29, because we have responded in the same way. Chair, I would say that with regard to 22-24 on question 3. On 24-25, we have also indicated earlier on when we were dealing with this aspect of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I don't want to belabor the point or go through each and every area, but we have indicated the amounts. So there has been no changes with regard to that. I think that these amounts have been the same up to page, the table indicates as such, up to page 23. On also with regard to C, on how much has been recovered, we have earlier on indicated with the amounts that have been recovered, and where there's been no recovery, we have indicated as such, and that goes up to page 27. And then the same with regards to who are the responsible officials. I think we have been in a position to indicate those, and that which is D goes up to page 29, Chair. And then the same with the action, we have responded, and we are mindful as the accounting officer of the comments that have been made by the Chair with regard to the consequence management, and up to F, I think we have responded in a similar manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Starts from page 19. There's this guy, Chair, that the department recruited. Now, this guy, arrangements were made by the department that, look, you have been successful, we've recruited you, we have arranged this particular arrangements for you. Now this guy just decides, I am no longer interested. But already the department has paid money to ensure that this guy that they have recruited is comfortable. But he decides 3 days later that I'm no longer interested. The department then suffers a loss. Now, it is incumbent on the department to ensure that for that unnecessary loss, they must recover it. And there are processes that have to be followed to ensure that this loss is recovered. But the department, I don't know, just decides, Chair Ore, they are not going to follow this thing up until it is picked up by the relevant authorities. Now, when it's picked up, they then decide, or no, we're going to try to do something. And it goes back to the issue, you know, the organizational culture within the department has to change. There is a culture that, I think members have spoken to it quite extensively, that there's a culture whereby there is no appetite for consequence management. They will just do something just to ensure that they just comply. They are just seen to be doing something so that they can go and report to a jury. No, but we are busy doing something. Now, this matter is a 2018 matter, Chair. Then, so wailing a 2018 matter, they then tell us, sorry, they are now in talks. They've been in talks with the state attorney. But please go and recover this money for us. Now, I have a problem. Or look, this 15,000 that is due and payable to us. But you decide to just relax, and then you approach the state attorney, and remember, the services at the state attorney are not free. You are going to pay using taxpayers' money. Now, I thought in this breakdown of theirs, they are going to also assist us in terms of telling us, sorry, in our efforts to recover this 15,000, we've paid state attorney 20,000. They've briefed one council for an opinion. That opinion, that council charged us 50,000, and that, you see, they break down all those fees that have been that are involved in terms of trying to recover this particular amount of money. But Chair, I just want to also bring it to the attention of the accounting authority that, look, we have had engagements, MEC and HOD, with the state attorney, and there's a problem. I think that problem is well known to you. And it can be, Chair, that when you see a problem and there's legislation, and then you don't go and try and check or, but how can, this is a problem, we're losing a lot of money because of this problem. What can we do to ensure that we try and circumvent this problem, these shortcomings that we have, more especially on this particular matter with state attorney. The state attorney came before us, before you guys came. They said to us they don't have enough human power. So now, departments have to see how they maneuver and save the state purse. Because the state attorney says to us that they've got 6 attorneys, and 1 attorney is equivalent to 2,000 files. And at some point, they become so bent out, or they become so bent out because you would find that certain instances, their agent matters. They have to drop everything and then attend to the agent matters. And then when they return to your matters, already this matter has gone very far in terms of processes. So I'm just saying to you, HOD, that we are going to fight you if you come here next year. And remember, state attorney doesn't account to us on issues of social development. It's you. We are going to fight you very much when you come here and tell us, I have lost this particular amount in terms of the litigations that the department has been facing. We are saying you must be, we are not going to tell you what to do, but we are saying be creative. Be creative, consult, do whatever that you can. But on this Kanama issue, Chair, in conclusion, on this Kanama issue, Chair, I think that someone was sleeping on his or her job. These funds were supposed to be recovered, but you have allowed it to prescribe, and then now there's nothing that you are going to tell us. I don't know what is it that you are going to tell us further on this particular matter, but we are not happy as this committee, or we are just losing money like this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mantata Mahasan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable MEC. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Marcel. As you said, we must just, put it like that. I'm very much worried, Honorable MEC, about things that I'm going through at Annex C, which is on page, things which are appearing on page 21 of 37, Mo 2024-25. The ones that we are dealing with, ESCOM, Telcom, UIF, and interest on payments to pension. So I went through this file, and there are certain things that we can't even see. We can't even, I can't even see, for example, I said Annexure C, all of that they said we must go to Annexure C, but there are certain things that we can't see, especially the receipts. I can see Annexure A, but things are not visible. The date is on the 17th, it was signed on the 17th of July, 2024. But to tell you the honest fact, I can't see what is going on there. The things are not visible. Even on, it doesn't even have a page, but maybe you can check. Can't see what is going on. There are so many pages. There are so many pages here that we can't see what is going on. Maybe the department can clarify as well what really is going on. I only saw these things at for Annexure C. I can't follow, what is happening because of those empty or those invisible pages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to check on page 29 on the issue of interest on payments to pension. Maybe before I can even continue, I just want to check, was this employee a new employee in the department? Secondly, are we not in all the public service or in your department? Is there any other scheme, pension scheme that the others are contributing to, or we all contribute to a government employees pension fund? Maybe if I can be clarified on this too, and then I'll come back with the real questions that I want to ask. Was this employee whose pension was paid in the wrong fund new in the system? And is there any other pension fund on your system that where you are paying other employees. Emerson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Murugan Florence Gazan, MEC for the Department of Social Development. We appreciate all the questions and also the guidance. And I really want to compare with the Honorable Mabucha that organizational culture should assist the department to perform its constitutional obligations without having challenges. We are talking about the matter of 2018 here. Something which, of course, we need to draw lessons that when you are supposed to act and you drag your feet, you create even future problems for others who might come and carry on, because we are not going to be here until the end of the world. Others will have to come and run the department. But as and when we are afforded the opportunity, we must make sure that we execute our duties guided by legislations that are there. So we are here together with the management team led by the accounting officer. We are taking notes on areas where we have to improve, and I can confidently say that we have already started as a department. It's just that there was a lot to deal with in the department, but I can safely say we see that we are on the right direction. But set other questions, I will request the HOD and the team to respond on them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Tebeni Kumshongo, Head of Department of Social Development. Humbly request that my colleagues respond to the issue on. Firstly, before I want to apologize on the attachments that are not visible, especially on the annexure that is talking to acknowledgement of debt in the 2024-25 financial year. I think we really need to ensure that we submit better quality documents. And then I would then hand over to the issue to our Chief Director, Corporate Services, Ms. Minga, to respond to on the issue of the pension.
Good afternoon. My name is Minga, Chief Director, Corporate Services. With regard to the interest payment to pension with GEPF, the matter it happened where we were capturing the employee during the assumption of duty. When they were capturing the 16 person, they used the wrong code in terms of the pension. Instead of GEPF, it was captured to a Cuban pension fund. So
in Cuba.
Yeah, on the system. Yes. So I think it was to do with the code. So they did not use the GPF one. They used the other code for the Cuban. Hence, you see the wrong capturing in terms of the amount. So it was discovered after 11 months that the GEPF is not receiving the pension, the employee contribution to the GEPF. Hence, you see the interest in terms of that 89,000. So when it was discovered, the responsible officials, they were...
Maybe just hold it there, because now I just wanted to understand whether the person was new, you confirmed or it was new again.
Yeah, it was new.
And then you sent money to Cuba. So, but I'm not an IT person, but I know sometimes, just like this phone, my phone will never call you unless your number is here. I'll never say no, it's a mistake, it's a pocket call. unless your number is in my phone. So how do we link to the system? Cuba. That code. That's the first question. No, I'm still coming with another one. The second one, this thing happened in 2017. And the letter to those officials were written on the 31st of December. Then the director was writing a letter, and you know, yeah, 31 wrote this letter to the two people who are in a district, because the other one captured and the other one authorized. And there is no even acknowledgement of receipt by those officials. So from 2017, what was pressurizing January, not even 5. How many from 2017 to 2020, 2025? Repeatedly 17th February, March, December, but we chose to write on the 31st of December, just before a new year. So this is my concern. How do we link to Cuba? Why did you take those about 8 years or so and feel the agency to write on the 30th, on the 31st of December? That's my question. But the other thing, okay, on the same issue. Okay.
Chair, maybe I just want to understand. Who was the HOD in MEC between 2017 and 2018? Because now we need to begin to connect the dots. If we can establish it, because now let me tell you, there is nothing like pension funding in Cuba. I stayed in Cuba for 6 months. Maybe it was a donation of something in Cuba. But if we can establish as to who was the HOD at that time, then we can be able to connect the dots. But as for pension, which pension in the socialist country? Well, those people are I stayed there for 6 months, full 6 months. They're not working. Government gives them vouchers to collect gold. And even when they work, you don't work in one place for more than 30 days, and you don't work 8 hours. You work 2 hours here, then you go and work 2 hours there, and you rotate as a community. There is no permanent. So if we can establish exactly who was the HOD in 2017 and 18, then we are going to be able to connect the dots as to who was exactly responsible for that transaction.
Okay. The second question that I wanted to ask. The second question, MEC, on the same question, number F. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Remember, the anomaly is a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 6.016 million. That's the anomaly. And then we say we correct by receiving key accounts invoiced through emails, regular engagement with Eskom and Telkom. Vehicle licensing is done a month before expiry. A capacity district officials on management. You are addressing the 6 million by receiving emails, invoice, Eskom, all the, you want to address the 6 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Sometimes we feel that you are not taken serious, man. mola ka kwa morago ka kwa le na le di-plan tse dingwe tse di bosukudu tša go kgona go bontšha di-timeline tša kgona go bontšha responsible people. This one is going to do this, this one is going to do. I saw it somewhere. It's there and it shows that you are able the capacity to draw the plans. But here, I can tell now you were tired now. Ranu rai ngwala. I know we look at the sharp is Escom, wala Escom the telecom. Is sharp. The next one. And addressing 6.6 million. So this is my concern. In fact, I take this question as not answered. This question is not answered on the measures that we are going to take to address the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 6 million.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Once more, let me appreciate the question raised by honorable members. The accounting officer will be able to clarify a number of issues that honorable members are raising, including the money paid to the code of Cuba. The good thing, the accounting officer was once part of the Department of Health and Social Development. So she will be able to clarify, and also other officials will do the same in case she refer certain issues to them. So the question, who was the HOD by then? I've been trying to refresh my mind, but the information I'm getting here is that it was in May Daphne Ramukopa, May Daphne Ramukopa, because we had in May Daphne Ramukopa where we said the accounting officer, she left. When we started to say he, it was now the name that I mentioned earlier on. So, but now the question, to respond to the question, the HOD was May Daphne Ramukopa. Thank you. Over to you, HOD. Yeah, through the Honorable Chair. Through the Honorable Chair, from Social Development, she went to Sports. Now she has resigned. Okay. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. Once again, I'm Tembeni Elfimshongo, the HOD for Social Development. Chair, just to clarify on the matter of the erroneously paying to the Cuban pension fund, you remember that we had doctors from Cuba that were appointed in various hospitals across the country. The agreement between South Africa and Cuba then was that there will be an amount that the South African government would pay. So they had created that. That's why it is on our PERSA. So that amount was as a thank you, from what I understand, to put it safely. It was not that it's going to it's pension, because the doctors from Cuba were working here, and then because we have got a pension fund system, so they were not to get that. However, it was going to go to the country. That was the agreement. So that code was created on the PERSA.
Doctors in the Department of Social Development?
No. Doctors in the Department of Health. However, remember
Oh, by the way, you were at one stage. It was before you, the two departments split.
But also, Chair,
Honorable Chair.
Yes. PERSA is a transversal, so the code was created, so it was there. However, I want to respond to the issue of why the letters were written only on the 31st of December. I must highlight, Chair, that perhaps it is because I put pressure to say, you know, this is a serious matter. and we must demonstrate that we are doing consequence management. So I expected the letter to come, so it was not coming, and I agree with you that if this happened in 2017, it should have been dealt with long time ago. However, Chair, as one of the members said, that as the committee you follow, you know, the public funds to the last cent. So this was just one of the way of demonstrating that this money should be followed. Thanks. And then, the issue around the effect of what measures. I want to highlight the fact that of that 6 million, 5 million is the partial Silatule matter. And the others, it's what we have indicated here, the ESCOM issues, the vehicle licensing, and so it may look like this is not strong enough. However, Chair, the circular on receipt and handling of invoices, we wanted to also prevent and also to be able to comply with a 30-day payment and to ensure that we follow through and not be in a position to incur any other interest with regard to delayed payments. Thanks.
I'm not convinced, ma'am. Not at the level of the department, maybe at the level of a section. Yes, we can write this thing. Not at this level. And the 6,000, I'm aware that it includes the Silatula measure, but we also have to come up with measures. In future, we no longer want the Silatula issue to come again. We should have set something here. So this one, just locate it in somewhere at not even at a director level. It's still very high level there, at the level of a manager. That is where we can have this type of intervention. Director, you can't have this. HOD on video was tomato. So let's locate it at Kwafasnyana qualify. So I think we have covered question 3 on irregular expenditure. Question 4, Kamo 2023-2024, another question, another movable. Can we deal with it quickly? Question 4, immovable tangible capital assets. And this one is going to be quick. I'm sure it is that one that we have dealt with, but we must read it through formally and then reconfirm.
Question 4, Chair. My name is Thabo Mawota, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Question 4 is on immovable tangible capital assets. Executing Authority. In paragraph 3 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that the department did not record all items of immovable tangible capital assets in the asset register in accordance with Chapter 11 of MCS Capital Assets. Buildings and other fixed structures transferred by the National Department of Social Development to the Limpopo Department of Social Development were omitted in the asset register. The AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that management properly accounted for immovable tangible capital assets due to the status of the accounting records to support these assets. A. Why did the accounting officer fail to record all items of immovable tangible capital assets in the asset register in accordance with Chapter 11 of MCS Capital Assets? B. Why were the buildings and other fixed structures transferred to the Limpopo Department of Social Development omitted in the asset register? C. Why did the accounting officer provide evidence that was not fully accounted for? D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Oh, MEC is not there. Okay. For the sake of saving time, can we allow the HOD to take us through? And we know that this was sufficiently covered.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfintong of the HOD for Social Development. Chair, I would indicate that with regard to the issue of immovable tangible capital assets, we responded to this earlier on and indicated what led to the non-disclosure of this in our financial statement. I won't repeat, and also we also indicated why the B and indicated the response that led to us not being able to do that, or the department not being able to do that appropriately. Even C, we also indicated the challenges that we had, and also who has been the responsible officials. We categorically highlighted that in the earlier response. Action by the accounting officer as well, we indicated, and also highlighted what are the measures that are put in place to ensure that there's no recurrence. We are indicating that we will be ensuring that we follow what is documented on section 42 and also on the modified case standard on transfer of immovable assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to question number 5 of the same financial year. Who's taking it?
Let me take it, Chair.
Okay.
Or you're taking it. Okay.
Honorable Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Question 5, it's about material losses.
Yes.
The executive authority on paragraph 9 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reports that material losses of 20.4 million were incurred as a result of a write-off of irrecoverable debtors. So question A, why did the accounting officer incur the material losses amounting to such millions, which is 20.4 million? Question B, which process did the accounting officer follow before writing off the debtors irrecoverable? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? E, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? That's that. Let's come to 2024 to 2025. Question 5.
No, it's not related to the material losses.
Oh.
So it's only here. So let's allow the MEC to respond to the question.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulpero Florence Ratirani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I will request the accounting officer to take us through the responses.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfim Shongo, the HOD of Social Development. I will respond as follows. On question 5A, I think we earlier on responded to these material losses where we indicated the amount owed by IDT, Independent Development Trust, and the 7.2 million for the bursaries awarded to students studying the Bachelor of Arts in Social Work. I would not read line by line, but suffice to say that earlier on we indicated that both the total amount was not recovered by the department. On B, we are then indicating the process that we have followed before writing off, to indicate that we have, in line with intergovernmental framework, attempted to deal with this matter. And I won't read all that because I think we had also indicated what we have done, including the engagements with the Office of the Premier Legal Unit and also the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport. That was on page 33. On page 34, we continue to indicate attempts that have been made by the department to recover this amount. Up to page 35, we are still indicating, and also we would have attached supporting documents in that regard. On bursary debtors, we also have included the feedback from the debt collectors with regard to us recovering this, and we are saying that it has been irrecoverable. With regard to who are the officials, we indicated that Independent Development Trust, and we also attached the list of the bursary debtors. And we are also, I won't repeat, but we had indicated that the accounting officer is not had followed proper processes to recover the money. Hence, the executing authority could not do any action against the accounting officer, and also the accounting officer could not act against any officials as the department followed the processes to recover the money. And with regard to the measures, we are indicating that all departmental infrastructure projects are implemented through the Department of Public Works, Roads and Roads and Infrastructure, and that the department no longer makes prepayments. I think we have also alluded to this, and including the fact that all debts that are under dispute are handled through the legal unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's just unfortunate the chairperson went out and she didn't.
Take off. No, continue.
But let me just continue. Honorable members, here are the responses from the department. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I just want to probe the relationship. Before I get to the relationship, I just want to probe. Initially, the department said they are building something qua Denelton. I just want to check who is the implementing agent, and secondly, what lessons have they drawn from this IDT debacle, and then are we not going to experience the same type of challenges that we encountered, poor project and contract management, in these other projects that you guys are about to embark on? And have you capacitated your human capital? You said you've got a director who's a proper, fit and proper person in that space of working infrastructure. But will he or she cope with the type of the demand that would come from working this project that you are about to embark on? And then lastly, would you still, if it was you owing IDT, was IDT going to write off the debt, or they were going to take you to the cleaners, and then next thing we are confronted with a very big scandal in the money, the assets of the department, sheriff is there, is attaching, and then treasury is forced to pay, or CFO, we are running around. So I just want to check whether if the tables are turned, was IDT going to say we can't recover this money from the department, let's write it off, or they were going to make sure that you pay them, whether you like it or not? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabocha. Before I can give over to the MEC, let me just applaud the department about, I'm very much happy about the statement under question F, which says the department no longer makes prepayments to the contractors. They are paid according to the work done. That is very, very good, because if you can check, many departments have lost a lot of money because you give a contractor a contract in order to build a bridge or to build anything which you know, our communities are in need of. And then you find that when people go to oversight, there's no structure, there's nothing. And already that particular constructor has been paid. So I think that is a very good move that we have done. Over to you, Honorable Emis.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We will again appreciate the patience by honorable members. I'm going to request the accounting officer and the collective to respond on the follow-up questions, because we have already responded, but honorable members are putting follow-up questions. Over to you, Deputy.
Thank you, MEC. My name is Tembeni Elfimhlonga, the HOD, and also thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I am the HOD of Social Development. I'm going to request, because some of these questions I'm not quite familiar with them, I would ask the CFO to assist in this regard because they are quite specific. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC and HOD. My name is Matumi Matala, the CFO in the department. Question asked by Honorable Mabuja, who is the implementing agent for the new buildings or the new projects. that the department is going to implement. We are using the implementing agent with Public Works. We're not going to work with IDT. We have written a letter to IDT to indicate that until the matter is resolved, there's no way that we are going to have any work done through them. And then what lessons have we learned from IDT? I think we, as a department, we, as indicated in our report, we have learned that in doing this project, we are no longer going to do the prepayments to any contractor who has not done the work. But in this case, because the implementing agent is Public Works, then we will pay for what the contractor has done, and we are not in any way going to pay for anything that they have not done, or make a prepayment to them. Because with this one, it was said that, because this is an old project, it's when they were building Seshego Treatment Center. So it was said that by then, IDT did not have money to implement the project. The department was then to IDT. And the agreement was that before IDT pays any contractor, they should request permission from the department or submit those invoices and the claim to the department, and the department certify that they pay. But in this regard, for this 13 million, they did not do that. That's why we are having a dispute with IDT. Then the issue around if tables were turned, yeah, it's a bit tricky, but I think IDT were going to take us to task and ensure that they collect the money from us. With us, we tried our level best. We engaged even the minister to the level of the Minister of Public Works in National Office. When we wanted to write it off, it was because we noticed that IDT does not have money. It's during that time when IDT, it was suggested that they want to close it down. So through our analysis, we realized that they are not going to be able to pay us. That's when we then took the route of writing it off. But when AG was auditing us, they then said they don't have a problem with us writing it off. But the only problem that they had with us was that we did not follow the process to the latter, which meaning that we were supposed to then do the interministerial issues and also take IDT to court. But taking IDT to court, we realized that we are still going to lose a lot of money. But we have then started the whole process. We have engaged Public Works, IDT, we have written letters to them. I got a call, I think early this week, to say that they are sending somebody to the province to come and deal with this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. That was question 5, and I assume that there were questions that were asked and then you were responding to them. So, if it is sufficiently dealt with, if we have sufficiently dealt with, so let's go to number 6. And in this case, number 6 is the same as number 4 in question in 2024, 2025. So we take all of them.
Okay, question number 6.
And number 4,
And number 4.
Yeah. On achievement of planned targets.
Okay. They're the same again.
Yes.
Okay.
Just read this one and read this one, and they will answer them.
Okay. Executing authority in paragraph 26 of the AXA report, the committee noted that the department failed to achieve some of the targets as reported in its annual performance report. So question A, why did the accounting officer fail to achieve the plan targets as reported in the annual performance plan? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the department take against the responsible officials for failing to achieve plan target as reported in the annual performance plan? D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent a recurrence of this anomaly? I think I'm done.
And then for 2024, 2025?
For 2020.
Page 36.
Okay. Achievement of plan targets on page 36, which is 2023-2024. The executing authority on page 22, on paragraph 22 and 23 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the actual achievement for some indicators was materially more than the reported target. Question number A, why did the accounting officer provide evidence that was more than the reported target to the Auditor General? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? D, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Emerson?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Professor Florence Ratian, MEC for Social Development. Allow me to request the accounting officer to raise the responses on behalf of the department.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'm Tembeni Kimfrongo, the HOD for Social Development. I'll start with 2023-24 on question 6. On page 37, we are highlighting that the means of verification that were provided to AG, that's A, showed that the department achieved more than it reported in the quarterly report. This was due to poor quality assurance of reported information. I think, Chair, with your permission, allow me to say that this question was asked earlier on and we responded, and we even indicated who are the responsible officials. As indicated in B, C, we also spoke to the verbal warning, and then on C to the accounting officer, sorry, and D, what action did the accounting officer take against responsible official? We are also saying that the accounting officer consequently verbally warned the district directors and provincial program managers. What measures did then on E, the accounting officer has improved the means of verification template and strengthened quality assurance of the quarterly reporting processes. That was 2023. On 2024-5, we have also indicated the same responses. That has been poor reporting and inadequate quality assurance. We subsequently listed the responsible officials and also indicated the measures that we have put in place.
and we indicating that in order for this to improve, the Social Welfare Services branch has developed an improvement plan for quality assurance of reported information over and above the new improved means of verification template and the implementation of district monthly reporting to the Chief Director Social Welfare Services. That brings me to the end of this question. Thank you.
Let me see, are you done?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Rupero Florence Ratilani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. The HOD managed to respond to questions as raised by honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, no, I don't have a question, but just a concern to say we have the same officials for more than 1 year or 1 financial year repeating the same offense, and then we still give them a verbal warning, which is not even recorded, because a verbal warning in terms of the procedure, that disciplinary, it must be recorded in one way or another. So there's no proof that indeed it happened. The 2023, 2024, the same area, they did not perform verbal warning. Then 2024, 2025, same people, then the same consequent management. That is why we are saying, on a very serious note, in the Department of Social Development, there is no consequence management. And as long as there is no consequence management, we compromise the whole system. So at one stage, we would wish to have these people appearing before the disciplinary committee because of the consistent misconduct that they are doing, and not only on the same areas, but on different. They fail on annual financial statement. They fail on material misstatement. They fail on target, and they fail everywhere. But we still say verbal warning. So that shows the weakness in terms of the consequence management. That's what I wanted to comment on. Honorable Machet, are you raising your hand?
No, told you directors.
Eh?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. We know the concern that you have just raised, especially when it comes to consequences management. One other thing that when you deal with consequences management, I want to fully concur with you that where there is a recurrence, you cannot just really be lenient, and your consequences management must as well be guided by the gravity of the offense. It cannot just be left unattended. But in this situation, since we have started, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, you have as well appreciated the fact that the witnesses were especially at the top level of the department. Because if those who are supposed to provide leadership are the ones that are not ready even to guide their subordinate in terms of how things are supposed to be done, it becomes very problematic. But going forward, I think this will be our last time for us to come and say we have given verbal warning, because internal control have been strengthened. The HOD was talking about means of verification, the quality assurance. So our officials, they will not have reasons to want to motivate why are we not supposed to take action. And we are going to make sure that we become very, very committed in terms of consequences management. So I'm raising this chair so that when we appear in the next second. You must then really take us to task to say you have appeared. We can't continue to give officials verbal warning, but the challenge of the department, it was at the top level of the department. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you are noting, we are noting that, but we also have to check on at what level are these officials, the district director. This ones is not like an ordinary employee. I mean the level of professionalism as you move through the ranks must also indicate. You can't do errors that can be done by an ordinary employee, and we still think we can treat them the same. We can't. If the same error was done by by an ordinary employee, well, verbal warning was sufficient for me. But a director, this was supposed to be elevated to a particular level. But we note what you are saying. Indeed, we would appreciate if there can be improvement. Question 7, annual financial statements, performance and annual reports. Honorable Machete.
No, thank you very much. My name is Machete. Question 7 on annual financial statement, performance and annual report. Executive authority on paragraph 15, one of the AG's report. The AG reports that the financial statements submitted to audit were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A of the EFM. 7A, why did the accounting officer submit the financial statements which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 41A and B of the PFFA. 7B, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? 7C, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the responsible officials? 7D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of the salary? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Machete. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulupelo Florence Ratirani. I'm the MEC for Social Development. I will request the accounting officer, Mayor Mhlongo, to respond on behalf of the collective.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfim Mhlongo, the HOD of Social Development. On question 7A, Chair, I want to bring to your attention that earlier on we responded to some of these questions that are talking to the annual financial statement that were not prepared in accordance with prescribed financial reporting framework, and also on the non-disclosure or of the immovable tangible asset, and also movable asset on page 38. And then on B, with regard to action, we also indicated that, and then also C, I'm not going to repeat that. Also with regard to the measures we indicated and subsequently attached an extra K in this regard to highlight what is it that we're doing so that we have a credible financial statement. Thanks.
Thank you very much. This was dealt with. Is there any question just to check? Nothing. Question 8, which is the last one on the 23-24.
Question 8. Once again, my name is Matwan Jampus. Question 8 here on other relates to other reports. The executing authority on paragraph 46 of the AG's report. AG reports that the Office of Junior is investigating an allegation of unfair tender processes. The Department of the 2023 financial period on the request of the department. The investigation is still in the early stages and are still in progress at the time of this report. The question is, what are the findings regarding the investigation of the alleged unfair tender process? Provide a detailed status report. The next one, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? Last, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much.
Thank you. MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulpero Florence Rajrani, MEC for Social Development. I will request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfin, the head of Department of Social Development. With regard to question 8A, our response is that the department did receive the report from Office of the Premier and the recommendations that required further internal investigation be conducted for ease of implementation of consequence management. The department has requested Department of Health to assist with conducting internal investigation on the 10th of January 2025, and we attached the letter to Gauteng Department of Health in this regard. The investigator relied on the investigation report from FICRA to initiate charges for the officials listed below. I won't go through them because they were mentioned earlier on, Chair. And then in page 41C, we just indicated what the action that was taken to say this. There's a disciplinary process that is still ongoing, and D, the measures put in place, we highlight the fact that there are measures, we have developed controls to ensure that irregular expenditure is prevented, and articulate that it should be clear policies and procedures, as well as instituting assessment for all senior management, supply chain officials and finance officials, to ensure that they are aware of the prescripts and delegations and therefore unlikely to violate them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was on other reports. Question. Yeah. Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I would seriously like to urge the department to take our files very seriously. And Chair, I think this should be the last time, the first and last time that we pardon such high school boy mistakes. Because Chair, if you can look at page 40, you are referred to a letter whereby the department is requesting Gauteng Department of Health to assist in conducting internal investigations on the 10th of January 2025. And then they direct you to go to Annexure L. Then when you go to Annexure L, Chair, it talks something else. So Annexure L, Chair, it's a letter that is signed by one Mr. Mahopo JM on the 14th of December 2022. So Chair, I must say that ordinarily we're supposed to turn the department back with such type of mistakes. Chair, I think that we need to make it very clear to this department and all the departments that are to follow, that should we find you referencing to something that is not within the file, we are going to have a serious problem, and we might not even if we are not going to continue with you because you are not making things easy for us. You understand your file, you understand the flow of information, but we are in limbo. Because if you don't give us documents, what are you actually saying, Chair? So, Chair, I think we have seen so many mistakes today, and it has made our job very difficult. We're supposed to leave around 2, but now it's almost 6, and we're still stuck with the department, and the department is not directing us to the right documents. So, Chair, please, this can't be accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Remember when I started, I asked the MEC for assurance. And indeed, some of those things that we were raising as we started, they are visible throughout the report. So, MEC, it means that issue of cutting corners is still there. That things of doing all those things that they mentioned, they're still there. And it means you have a task to perform in that particular department so that your things can. There are very serious issues that we should be raising that will make us to follow the money, that will make us to bring the money back to the department. We can't be raising issues like where is this document, why is this not corresponding to this other document. We're not supposed to be engaging on such issues. Okay.
Chair, the next issue that I have with on this particular question is that, Chair, when you look at this reports, is that you will take note that when you count this number of officials, you will realize that there are 12 officials that have been identified. However, when you go to number C, only 3 BEC members and 2 BAC members were served with notices to appear. So now, I'm interested in understanding the logic behind identifying 12, you charge 5. Is the department an animal farm whereby some animals are more equal than others? Because like cases must be treated alike. So, Chair, I don't understand the logic behind the department charging other people and not charging other people. What's so special about the ones that are not charged? Because they must be treated alike. And this is a problem, Chair, that the department really needs to take us into confidence. Or why did they charge those other ones and why not charging these other ones? Because they are all fingered. So, Chair, I think I will have a follow-up if the response is not convincing. Thank you.
Okay, can we respond to that? Why only selecting 3 BEC and 2 and not charge the rest of the members?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulpero Florence Ranzilani. I'm the MEC for the Department of Social Development. I'm going to request the HOD and the team to respond to questions as raised by the Honorable Member. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Mhlomo, the HOD for Social Development. Chair, I first want to profusely apologize. With regard to the annexures, I don't know what happened, because on the one that the file that I have, it had the right letter on annexure L. However, I must then try and find out what could have happened with regard to that. On this one of why charging other officials and leaving others, Chair, let me highlight the fact that I don't have full information. I'm not privy to the decision that was taken in that regard, because I was not yet there, although I had familiarized myself with the FICRA report. Would want to check if the officials that were in the department, the senior management level, could be in a position. I don't know if CFO is privy to that, but just for me to highlight that I am not very certain what led to that. Thanks.
Yeah, if we don't have an answer, we don't have. Let's not try to manufacture it, because it might be very problematic. But it's something that we must note that is a discrepancy in itself. If you are pointing people to say they are responsible, unless there was a sentence that was saying, upon investigation, we realize that this one and that one are free from the errors, then it was going to be better. So, but it's a concern like the Honorable has indicated. We see.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulpero Florence Ranzilani, MEC for the Department of Social Development.
Yeah, I'm calling because I see the HOD raising her hands. She wants to say something.
HOD, you must raise the issue that you want.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair. I'm actually not the one. I'm just raising because my Chief Director Corporate Service is the one that says she wants to explain. So, with your permission, let me allow her. Thanks.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Numani Minga, Chief Director Corporate Services. The department with this matter rely on the FRICA investigation. FRICA is a group of forensic investigators. They were appointed to investigate this matter. So they submitted the investigation report. So the department had to implement as per the recommendation. And some of the members, the employees, they were not charged, but some they were charged. It's because of the outcome of the investigation report. Yes.
That is the very same a challenge that we are raising. Because if that report was spoken to and included, there were not going to be any question. Hence I said earlier that if there was a paragraph to say there was an investigation and this number of officials were cleared, only this, I think that question I answered it very long time ago, even though I'm not working in the department. So that report is not there. So the concern still remains, because there's no attachment that proves that the others were cleared. Only the 2, 3, and the other one were implemented or implicated. But it's fine. Honorable Mabuch, you said you make a follow-up?
Yes. Chair, I was actually provoked by the response that the recommendations are speaking of a selected number of officials. However, when I go to the recommendations, there are quite a number of recommendations that emanate from this report. So now, selective justice is injustice. So if you look at the first recommendation, it tells you that you need to lodge a complaint with the Competition Commission for collusive tendering against this particular service providers. However, in your report, you are not speaking to that. Why you have got your recommendations and you are going to, you ought to apply these recommendations as is. So now, why do you pick and choose? You are going to apply this one you are not going to apply them. Why don't you apply these recommendations like so Chair, I think maybe if the MEC can give us a proper status report with regards to this report, or in terms of the implementation, how far are they? Again, they've charged this 5, they must explain why they didn't charge the remaining 7, and then in terms of the first recommendation, how far is the process at the Competition Commission, as well as these other recommendations that are outlined here. Because we can't allow a situation whereby, Chair, people just choose or bona they are going to apply these things the way bona baratanga on, and then when it's time to justify certain decisions, they refer us to this document. So when you refer us to this document, you must be prepared to take accountability of all the recommendations. So Chair, I think next time the MEC must do justice to this, and then we be properly informed, as well as these criminal investigations that have been referred. We are not even being referred to. We are not even given a case number that as part and parcel of the FICRA investigation, we were told to go and open a case against this one and this one and this one. Ne? And then up to so far, we are at this level with this particular recommendations. So Chair, this selective application of recommendation will not work with us. So we need a proper response to this question 8. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sure you are able to observe the discrepancies in terms of the reporting. Of course, I can confirm that the report is there, but in your responses, you don't talk about that the report is there and there are recommendations. Because your response should refer us to a report. So there's no response on that issue that Honorable Mabucha is raising. So there is a lot of inconsistencies in your reporting, and please, like Honorable Mabucha is saying, let's go and just fix and do things right. Can you go to number 5 on the 2024-2025?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabota, member of Scopa. Material misstatements. Executing authority. In paragraph 27, page 168 of the AGSA report, the AG reported the identified material misstatements in the annual performance report submitted for auditing. The material misstatements were in the reported performance information for Program 2, Social Services, Social Welfare Services, as well as Program 3, Children and Families. Management did not correct the misstatements and the AG reported material findings in this regard. A. Why did the accounting officer submit an annual performance report that had material misstatements to the AG for auditing? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the department take against the responsible officials for submitting an annual performance report that had material misstatements? D. What measures is the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Fulfelo Florence Radlan, MEC for the Department of Social Development. I will request the HOD to respond.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfim Shongo, the HOD for Social Development. On question number 5A, the response is that the accounting officer submitted the annual performance report that had material misstatements to Auditor General for auditing due to poor reporting and inadequate quality assurance of reported information. I think it is the same response that we provided in the 2023-24, including who were the responsible officials under B, and also C with regard to the action, and D, what measures has the accounting officer put in place in order to we indicating that we have an approved quarterly reporting process that was developed and implemented in this current financial year 2025-26. Thanks.
Again, verbal warning. Any question on this one? Because the answers are just the same as the previous one.
I think you've read.
Question 6, strategic planning and performance management. Honorable Machet.
Thank you very much. My name is Machete Pesi. Question 6, strategic planning and performance management. 6A, why did the department fail to implement specific information system to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives, and service delivery? 6B, who were the responsible officials? 6C, what action has been taken against the responsible officials? 6D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks.
Thank you. HOD.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. My name is Tembeni Elfim Shongo, the head of department. And on question 6, our response is that the department failed to implement these specific information systems due to poor reporting and inadequate quality assurance of reported information. We have listed B on the responsible officials. We now mindful of the fact that verbal warning is not strict enough, or it doesn't carry the weight that it's supposed to. And number D, we just want to outline that in our quest to address or prevent the recurrence, we have ensured that the Social Welfare Services branch develop an improvement plan for quality assurance of reported information over and above the new improved means of verification. We have spoken to this, Chair, but allow me to highlight the area that was not initially outlined, where we indicate that we have since initiated a comprehensive turnaround plan to address the shortcomings. We have revised the departmental monitoring and evaluation policy framework to ensure that there's alignment with the medium-term development plan framework. We are also doing quarterly reporting and reconciliation, consolidation of quarterly reports on an online system. We also compare reported performance to means of verification and annual performance plan targets before submission. We also document variances and corrective action. We have, with regard to governance enhancement, we have got a performance review. We have a performance review committees who validate the performance, the reported performance and means of verification before a sign-off. And also, we are focusing on managing the action plan that we have developed to address the Auditor General findings with timelines, and we have also indicated who are the responsible officials. And I must highlight here that it is one of our standing items in our management meetings, because we want to make sure that we improve. We no longer want to have protracted or continuous non-addressing of that. So we also continuously monitor the dashboard to track compliance with the means of verification, and where there's missing evidence, we flag it in real time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any question? Nothing? Question number 7.
Number 7, internal control deficiencies. Executing Authority, in paragraphs 39 and 40 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reported that management did not prepare regular, accurate and complete performance reports that are supported and evidenced by reliable information. Furthermore, the accounting officer did not adequately review and monitor compliance with laws and regulations. A. Why did the accounting officer fail to prepare regular, accurate, and complete performance reports that were supported by reliable information? B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the department take against the responsible officials for this anomaly? D. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer for failing to review and monitor compliance with laws and regulations? Thank you, Chair. No, wait. Number E. What measures has the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? I think, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Florence Ratlan. I'm the MEC for Social Development. I'm going to afford opportunity to the HOD to respond on our behalf. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chair and honorable members. On question 7, internal control deficiencies, on A, we are indicating that we failed to prepare the reports due to poor reporting and inadequate quality assurance. I think we have responded like that before. Also, who are the responsible officials? Same with the action that the department has taken against responsible officials for this anomaly. And then when it comes to the action by the executing authority, we are highlighting that the executing authority emphasized to the newly appointed HOD the importance of reviewing and monitoring compliance with laws and regulation. And on E, we are emphasizing that the accounting officer has ensured that the Social Welfare Services branch develop an improvement plan for quality assurance of reported information over and above the new improved means of verification template. The implementation of district monthly reporting to the Chief Director Welfare Services is also assisting to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there a question, Honorable Mabucha?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha, member of Scopa. Chair, I think the non-compliance with the laws, it's something that should be inexcusable. Because if the accounting officer is unable to ensure that there is proper compliance with the laws, then it means we must just forget about the clean audit. Because the moment there is a transgression, then it means that this department's chances of getting that clean audit are a problem. Actually, this chair is actually tantamount to treason, because even from the report from the AG, we saw that social welfare regressed from qualified to adverse opinion, and then program 3 it remains stagnant on adverse opinion. So, Chair, we are just praying and hoping as Christians for come the next accounting year, things would have improved, and the new HOD will know specific areas that she has to pay more of the attention to, so that we don't come back here and get this type of briefings from the AG that there are problems in this particular program. So, Chair, we want the fish to swim. So the moment the fish is not swimming, it's inviting us. So we are just pleading with you, MEC and HOD, that please let us ensure that we will take the department to where we want it to be. Next year, we don't want you to appear before us. We want you to get clean audit. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Mantata Mahasana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think what has been done today, the department has shown commitment, but there are some other things that they need to take care of so that they can get a clean audit. The department must strengthen the oversight, because it's like they don't do their oversight correctly. We have got a proof about the assets transfers that they don't even know that two assets have been transferred to their department. So they must, if they do their oversight correctly, then they will be fine. Evaluation and monitoring system must also take place. That is going to assist them very much. And also consequence management must be done so that the department can, move smoothly. As Honorable Mabucha has said that when you come back, we don't want to see or to hear, these things that we have been hearing today, the filing and the like. We need to do them in the right or in the correct way. Everything must be visible in the file. The files must be put in order, and then you see that your things will be fine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Machet.
No, thanks very much. my chartered pace member of this committee. Let me just preface before I speak to specific matters on the report. Underachievement is not an absence of achievement. And I want to believe that there are areas in which we have identified gaps that we, the department, need to make improvement. For the fact that there is movement from qualified to unqualified, it's an indication that the department could be able to do better. But it can only succeed if it could be able to tighten areas in which we have identified as weaknesses. And some of those issues are not as difficult as we should think. Attachment of documents and so on. Those are the areas that we have to improve. And I believe that if that is done, the department could also be seen to be moving towards achieving clean audit. As I said, underachievement is not an absence of achievement. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And I hope that was concluding the questions for both 2024, 2025 and 2023, 2024. So we are done with responses, and we really have seen that, and we are on number 6, ne? That you still have a lot of work to do. And if we have to improve, you just have to double your efforts. That, like in the morning when I was complaining or I was raising those concerns, I said, at least you are honest. And as we go through all these documents, we saw elements of those things that were raised in the morning. And we are still saying, go and sit down and identify them. They are identified already. Just come up with remedies on how to deal with these things, so that it improves your, because the improvement is not only with regard to clean audit. Clean audit is one part, but the entire service delivery. If you have received adverse in one program, it means that there are challenges, and it means that people may not be getting that particular service. And the other thing is that will recommend that strengthen your internal controls, monitoring and evaluation. Do an oversight. Let me see. Do an oversight, because you could see that you have got problems. That is obvious. We have seen that indeed we need to do more. And the other thing is that let's review our financial statement. The CFO, before, maybe like you've indicated, quarterly, you are doing all these things, but make sure that they are reviewed every time, every quarter, over whatever period that the timelines that you said. But that must happen. The other recommendation is that targets should be in line with the APP. Because if you overachieve, the question that will arise is where did you get the budget to do all those extra areas with the budget? So it means another one is suffering. So it is a challenge itself. But the one that we are really not compromising is the issue of compliance. Non-compliance, we take it as deliberate. If we don't comply, if the PFMA 38.1A Roman figure 2 or 1 is saying the accounting officer must do 1, 2, 3 in terms of all those things. If you don't do it, it means it's deliberate, because that thing is in black and white there. And that is why we are talking about accountability at the highest level. Because at that particular level, we expect you to master everything. You can argue to say you can't master everything, but our expectations is that you must master everything and you must see everything. And the other thing that is disturbing MEC is those verbal warnings. On the achievement of targets, material misinterpretation, and all those very critical issues that of the financial statement, and which have an influence on the audit outcomes. And you tell me that you said to the district director, hey, you must never do that. That is not consequence management. If you are serious, because that person should know. In fact, it's accountable. If we were talking about decentralizing a responsibility, it's an accounting person, accounting officer in the district. If we were to go for the hearings in the district, the accounting officer would be the district director. So there are those, the officials that must assist our accounting officer to ensure that things are done correctly. But we are saying all is not lost. You still have room for improvement, but it means you must improve and improve very fast. Hence, we are saying we are going to expect the resubmission, in fact, of all those areas that we mentioned, all those evidence that we have mentioned. Maybe by February, the end of February, so that in March, if they can, the programming committee can give us 2 or 3 days, we are able to call you back, and then we deal with those things. So that by the time we deal with the resolution, the tracking of the resolutions, we have cleared all these things. Remember, May, you are supposed to submit 2024, 2025, 2026. So you should have corrected all these issues that we have raised. So you still have a lot of work to do. What we are saying as Scopa is we follow the money. And we don't compromise on that. We follow the money. And we must make sure that you follow the money as well. So we hope that we have learned 1 or 2 lessons, and we will correct. So without any waste of time, AG, what are you saying? Can you comment? AGSA representative.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
There's the mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Mulatelo Marongo. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for the audit of social development. From the HSA, all we can say is we believe that based on the discussions that have taken place today, we are going to see an improvement. In the prior year, we walked the journey together with the department, especially in the area of immovable assets. We walked the journey together, and we were able to see really a positive outcome from that active involvement from both parties. Then, again, based on the discussions of today, there's an indication from the department that matters of AOPO have been addressed or are being addressed. The HOD indicated that they have strengthened the internal control system, which really is encouraging. But we we will be able to have sufficient comfort after we have tested the MOVs and validated what's sitting in the MOVs against the source documents. So the other area, Chairperson, which we have highlighted was on the proper record keeping, daily and the daily controls and reconciling controls relating to transfers and subsidies. We also believe that this is one area that is receiving the attention that it deserves. And HOD, Chairperson, you have been emphasizing, and even all the members throughout the day, you have been emphasizing on consequence management, which will really assist in bringing a culture shift in the department. So we are positive that when we go to the department, we are really going to experience an environment that shows an improvement from the prior year. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Provincial Treasury.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dikeledi Tindisa, the Acting Provincial Accountant General. Chair, let me start by saying we appreciate the presentation done by the department. It has just shown us the areas where we need to tighten going forward, as we will be doing the assessment of the files that they still have to submit to us. I think from this discussion, HOD, we have taken consideration of the areas that we need to improve. For us to close the resolutions and maybe have to say they've been resolved is only by making sure that there is evidence that shows that we have worked on that environment. Let me give an example. The issue of the person issue, the Cuban issue, for us to resolve it, it will require that that money that was transferred into the wrong account needs to be recovered. It's not only about the interest that was charged that you are recovering from the official, but the money went somewhere else. You still need to account for that money fully so that we can close those. And until we do that, we will keep on coming here as if we don't understand what is required from us. So let's not do things in piecemeal. Let's do them fully so that when we assess, we are able to close the resolution and be able to convince the honorable members here that the department has done what it's supposed to do to deal with those matters. In relation to performance management, Chairperson, I think it's an area that we are really panicking on that, and I think the CFO and the HOD remembers that we have agreed that during this quarter internal audit must audit that performance information just before. I know the AG now has given us the first RFIs, but that performance information audit by internal audit is very important so that those issues they have raised last year, you can be given assurance now that you have fully attended to them. And if you haven't done that, please push the Chief Audit Executive to make sure that he assists us in that space. If you can see the Chairperson, the department, except for the material misstatement on the building issue that they had, they really don't have issues on the financial statements. And I believe they can keep up the good work if they deal with that matter. And if we can deal with the issue of performance information, because MEC, that is the area that keeps me awake in the evening for the Department of Social Development to get a clean audit. Because if we can't get that area right, we must forget about the clean audit. And the sooner we work on that, the better. Lastly, HOD knows that the monitoring of NPOs is one of those areas. I hope that the intervention that we have agreed on, the learners are there, they are able to assist you now to make sure that we get that area right, and the issues that have been raised by the AG will no longer be in the space. So going forward, Chair, those are the areas that we will be focusing on even from our side. Also, as we assess the file, the HOD, I know she's still new, But for sure now she understands how we can clean up the file as we come to the committee. We promise that the next file that will be submitted here, it will be a better file than what we have submitted today. Together with the internal control unit from the department, we need to strengthen that process and make sure that we empower our MEC and our HOD to present credible and quality files to the Honorable House. So, Chair, we will work with the department to make sure that all the resolutions we have put today, we really attend to them so that next time they are not on the verge of being told to go home before they could even start. So hopefully we will improve, Chair. That's the commitment we're making to the House. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MEC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. My name is Fulkwelo Florence Ratzlani, MEC for the Department of Social Development. Honorable Chair, we appreciate the robust engagements and the seriousness with which Scopa discharges its constitutional oversight mandate. And Chairperson, matters raised today here, particularly in relation to unwanted expenditures, weaknesses in supply chain, where the focus will be more on compliance and consequences management, as well as how best can we improve the audit outcome of the department, are taken very serious. We do not treat this lightly, as they go to the heart of good governance, accountability, and the efficient use of public resources. And I want to indicate, Honorable Chair, that in terms of the identified weaknesses that we received guidance and wisdom today with the leadership of the Scopa, we are going to make sure that we put more effort. We work very hard, and that will include continuous strengthening of internal control and also ensuring that we tighten the compliance system and we accelerate issues of consequences management. The team seated here, led by the HOD, it's just that credentials were only requested when it comes to the legal section. Both of them seated here, they might be new in the department, but they are experienced. They've been working for this government, even in terms of their academic qualification. We tried our best, Honorable Chair, guided by the fact that there's a commitment that we need to build a capable, ethical and developmental and ethical state. And for us to achieve that, we need to make sure that when we have vacant positions, we fill those positions with people who will be able to assist the department. Where there are shortcomings, we accept the responsibility and we commit ourselves to correct them decisively. So we have also taken note of the recommendation and the guidance provided by Scopa, and this will be incorporated into our remedial actions plans with clear timelines. We also want to appreciate, Honorable Chair, the support and guidance we always receive from the Provincial Treasury and the AGSA. They are always with us with a full understanding that the department has the potential to achieve clean audit. We will try to do our best because, like I indicated earlier on, when we had engagement with the audit committee and provincial treasury, number of issues that you were raising here, they highlighted them. That if we don't want to regress, we need to make sure that all those identified areas, we work on them for the department to can be able to really improve on all the areas, like you were indicating, Chair, that performance is not only about the audit outcome. We have been allocated the budget through provincial treasury, and we have been lamenting that whatever we are receiving as social development is not enough. So also failure to spend what is allocated to the department, it's something that really cannot be tolerated. But working as a collective together with the HOD, the CFO and the team, I'm very much confident that a number of issues will be addressed. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, we will work on rework on the submissions that you have guided us to do, and make sure that we submit on time, so that you will decide when you go through our reports whether we want us to reappear. We won't hesitate to do that, but we have noted all the issues that you have raised, so we'll submit, including all the requested reports will be provided to the Scopa committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We really appreciate the time well spent, because we have been learning a lot since in the morning. When we came here, we thought all is well. We are going to be uploaded, only to realize that we need to still work very hard, because you have detected number of gaps, which as the department, we must work on them. Thanks so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe on the issue that you have raised, in fact, in terms of the resolution, the House resolution on quarterly meetings to track the resolutions, that is when we are going to be adjudicating on the submission. But at least if it is submitted, we are able to check, and then when that program is out, we don't know if they will be able to do it in March. It depends on the programming committee, which days are they going to give us, and then we'll let you know. But thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much, AG and Provincial Treasury. One thing that is making me feel that indeed we will go in the right direction is that the department knows the challenges. Because if you have to correct, you have to know what are the challenges, so that you come up with the remedy. Your challenges are here, and when you start with the action plan, you must start with the challenges that have been mentioned here. And I'm telling you, you'll get it one day. And the other issue is that you have districts. If we can't support the districts, they will always have impact on us. If you check all the from question 4, 5, material statements, annual financial statements, and all those other matters, they originate from the district. The only two officials that are implicated in the province, I think, are those who are supporting the district. That's my assumption. And if that is the case, it means that the person who is supporting the district with a particular program must also be empowered. So that's very critical. Let's strengthen the district support. PET and AGSA continue to support the department. Sometimes when we have challenges like this, we need to incubate the department. We must, after this Metendisa, re-identify those departments that need to be incubated. And I hope you all know, you incubate until the egg hashes and the little one is able to run on its own. So I think that support, it must be continuous. Incubation, I'm just saying, it must be continuous until we are sure that we have dealt with all these identified challenges. And then from there, we don't doubt that if they can deal with all these legacy challenges, they can be able to move forward and perform as required. So study all the programs, not only those identified by the, like you have mentioned, MEC, not those only those who were sampled and audited. That will help you to prepare the financial statement for the following financial year. As I conclude, we really want to thank you, MEC, for accepting some of the issues that we were raising and acknowledge that you are ready to go and correct. And really, ourselves as well, we've learned lessons from what you are presenting, and it means that it also makes us better people coming out of this, because it's not only about you, it's also about us, the responses that you are giving, and then we are also enriched and empowered. So let's continue to work for the people of Limpopo. Let's continue to ensure that we strengthen the department, because this is the department that deals with the most vulnerable group of the society. And if it fails, it means there's nobody who will be on their side. So it's very critical that we fix this department, because it's closer to the people, it's closer to the grassroots, where people need these services more than any other person. So we really wish that you can find mechanisms within your department, together with colleagues, to deal with issues one by one. It might not be overnight, but at least it must be shown that efforts are taken to address those other issues, especially critical issues that can lead to material misstatements. Without any waste of time, I think that forms part of the way forward. And as we're closing, again, thank you and your entourage, MEC. We thank the AGSA representative, the provincial treasurer representative, honorable members. I know it's not easy, because yesterday we slept very late, I believe, everyone, because we have to prepare, we have to go through the whole file, MEC. So, and we spend the whole day today. What they are doing is we are appreciating, because they are doing a good job. So we really want to thank you, honorable members, the staff members, for this to happen, for these other briefings to happen, is because they also spend a sleepless night ensuring that they do research on other things and brief as the honorable members or as the committee members, and also members or staff members supporting political parties. We are also thanking you. We also thank the Ephraim Mogale representative. I hope you have also learned one or two lessons that you'll be able to capacitate, because the reason why we call you, and we know that we cannot be able to call each and every municipality, but as and when you interact, you can share with them what you have learned. And I was saying to them, we also want them to invite us so that we also learn from them. So learning was never a one-way issue. It's always two ways. If I learned from you, you can also learn from me. So we really want to appreciate your presence. We appreciate you coming here. And I don't think I'm leaving anybody. So thank you. And the only announcement is that I saw that there's tea. Can have tea as you are going out, and have safe travel to your different destinations. This meeting has come to its logical conclusion. Members, there are files for Coxtie. fetch as you go. Thank you.